No, 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 no. Don't start that again. What? No. Here we go. Where's the button? It's one of these. Is it this one? I think it's this one. I think that works. Right? That's the one. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz. It's a Monday. It's a holiday here in the States. We're starting early. We're going to write a lot of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I see a couple folks wandering in. Hello, hello. Let me say hello there. We're broadcasting live on Twitch, on YouTube. Hello to Chris Jones. Good to see you there. UNESCO, how's it going there? I thought I saw, yeah, in the stream elements. So we're early, so folks aren't used to me starting at this time. That's okay. They'll wander in as they get notified and whatnot. Got a little bit of coffee here. I want to talk about some of the progress that we made over the weekend because I got a handful of stuff done, including getting the Blazor version updated, all put together and shipped. We've got version numbers out there now. I had an interesting problem with those that I resolved with some of my friends on the .NET team. So I feel really good about looking at where we are and moving forward with things because it's time to add new stuff. We haven't done that in a while. So let's build new things and add them in to TagZap. How you doing there, CMJIO? Hello. Good afternoon to you in a sunny Belfast afternoon. How's it going there? So when I look at the things that we have in TagZap right now, TagZap is this application that's built to allow folks to aggregate content across several different social media services. We're gonna add more, and it's built to be a real help while you're streaming, while you're live on stream. I've got a ton of issues created out there, ideas for new features. I've got a couple things hanging out there around documentation, updates to be worked on. I don't want to work on documentation today. I want to wrap up a couple of issues. I see I have 3 pull requests out there. Let's review those, get those merged in, including connecting to Blue Sky. And then, yes, and then I did, and then. Let's build some new stuff. I've got a handful of issues out there. I don't necessarily want to put Aspire in yet. I'm not sure if it's time to add this to Aspire. But I think there's plenty of room for us to go after some other features that we can just bang out in a day. Literally just here we go. We're gonna make some cool stuff happen, I think. There's features around being able to have a list of here's who's currently active and participating. Information about Redis caching, get that added into the mix. Integrated polling, that's something we might want to do. So there's a bunch of things that would be fun to build here. Imager provider, that could be fun to build. I'm not sure if we want to do that all today. That's a little outside the box of what we're thinking of. Let me see here. There was an item about blurring blocked content. Yeah, let's do that. Obfuscating keys in the provider screen. Let's do that. Those are cool little features that we can look up. We can figure out how to build those, and we'll get them into the application. I've got a Band-Aid on my finger. My fingernail got caught. Oh, you hate when this happens. I was cooking yesterday, and my fingernail got caught as I was wiping my hands off with the towel, and it ripped way down low. So I've got a Band-Aid just protecting it while it grows back. How are you, chat room? It's a holiday here in the States. folks are in the States are keeping it quiet, keeping it on the down low. But I want to write some code with you. That's what kind of guy I am. The streamer awards were this weekend. Big congratulations to Thor and Pirate Software over there, who won Software and Game Developer of the Year. Amazing accomplishments. He's picked up and just attracted a ton of viewership, broke records for subscribers. Another positive developer out there who's teaching folks and moving the needle. I love seeing that, and big congratulations to Thor on that recognition over the weekend. Very well deserved. Go ahead. I got the We Are hat on today. See, there are updates to the cognitive services out there that I need to patch and deploy that should help with that. I don't know. I don't know if it'll be more accurate or what, but that's on my larger to-do list. So I'm going to get some music playing in the background here, and we're going to dive in and pick off some of these features. We're going to review some pull requests. I think there's one here from our friend Blazor Mr. Magoo. Yeah, we're going to take a look at that and get that integrated. Oh, look, Spotify has an update for me. Oh, look, Spotify. Here it comes. We'll get some music playing in the background here. This is the Synthwave playlist. And let's start here. This is called Spectre. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like on the internet. There's playlists available on Spotify, Amazon Music, Apple Music. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for making this music that we're listening to today. Get my Gunners on here. I'm going to go with the Razor Torpedoes. I was wearing these yesterday and it felt good. All right, let me head over. Let me show you what we've got on some of these pull requests hanging out there. I think we can review and get at least two of these merged in right away. And then the third one, I think we've got a little bit more work to do, and then we'll get Blue Sky merged in as well. So this one's more of a documentation bug. Hey, Thindall. Hello. Add more details about contributing to the project. I did it. Let me see here. So I didn't update much here, but I added a email address link, and I don't know what this thing was that got merged in, but I will just squash and merge and pull that in. Yeah, there you go. So there's more to do here for the docs section of the website, so that folks can understand how to download, install, and get the application running. Hey, Dr. Cox. Oh no, I started early, and it's a holiday here in the States, so why not? Why not? Let's get some stuff done. Mr. Magoo has a update to allow the click-through on the waterfall gradient. So when you start TagsApp and you look at the waterfall, down at the bottom, there's a gradient to make it look like stuff is fading away at the bottom. And there's just an issue. You couldn't really click through it. So Mr. Magoo put an update in there to allow pointer events none on site CSS. So am I just going to merge that right in? Or can I download and take a look at this? I can't really review it in CodeSpace. Back to conversation. Come on now. I want to pull this down locally. There we go. Yeah. So let me open this being a user interface thing, it's going to be hard for me to take a look and decide and appreciate if the fix works or not. because I'm not familiar with that capability. Let's split the console here, and I'm gonna move this down. Up here, let's go to source. We're in the Blazor project now. Not Git. So I didn't delete the web project yet. The web project is still out there. I commented out the playwright tests from running on the GitHub Action build, so that it's not testing the right project anyway. We need to go back in and tidy that up and get it working properly. But with the new project, so I'm never a fan of tidying up tests. Like, they're valuable, but at the same time, it's like I'd really like to do something that's productive. So let me log in here, and at some point I need to do something about the third-party providers, getting them configured for login. How to make that something easier to maintain. Where was I going here? Waterfall. And there it is. So down here, yeah, look at that. Looks like I can click, and that works. Cool. All right. I like it. I like it. And it does work on the other ones out here also. So what was the update that was done here? It says it's inside the body element. No, it's not inside the body element. It sits inside footer fade. That makes sense to me. And that's on web. That's on Blazor. He updated it in both places. Looks good to me. Big thanks to Blazor Mr. Magoo for that little touch up. It's one of those things that I forget how to do. Big thanks for this solution. I always forget how to do this. Cool. Pull it in. There we go. One more thing done. So, I'll jump back over to main. Pull the upstream. Push that back out to my version. And I'm going to delete that branch. Fantastic. Hey there, Jesper over on YouTube. Hello, hello. When you have to design in Blazor, do I create CSS code myself or do I use something? So what I've done, the application is still running out there, right? Come on. Uh-oh, what happened there? What happened there? The top's not coming back. Huh? One second. No, this one. What is that? Looks like I've got a merge issue in the JavaScript. Stand by, let me fix this. Yeah. Git checkout. There we go. Do I create the CS code? I usually create the CSS myself, but I start with a framework. I'll grab a site design from someplace, or a Bootstrap. Folks use a bunch of other frameworks that are available out there. So it absolutely makes things easier to start with somebody else's framework and then start customizing it. But Blazor CSS is the same as everybody else's. It's just how you generate the content that CSS applies to that gets a little bit different. Mud Blazor, Kung Fury, that's a good one. Yep. Yeah. Come on now. I didn't want you to. There we go. So let me go find site.js. Waterfall.js. Come here. There we go. Really? It's still loading everything. There we go. And it says there was a duplicate declaration. Line 320. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why is it in there twice? Mm-hmm. That's in there twice. Looks like there was a bad merge here. Redeclaration of reject card on 342. Yeah. Not sure why it's not finding that. That's fine. The article is null. 264. Hello, hello.
Marcus Voice Coder just resubscribed for 25 months. February is shorter, yay.
It is. How you doing there? Good to see you, Marcus. Thanks so much for the resub, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. UNESCO earlier with a resub. 25 months as well. Thank you so much for those resubscriptions. Yeah, I think we're okay there. I think we're okay there. Cool. So this should work now. There it is. Fantastic. Fixed a bad merge on Waterfall.js. And we'll get that back patched up here. Yep, compare across forks. Go over to my branch. Thank you. This is going to be a pain in the neck that I'm not going to get rid of, is it? Fixed merge. Waterfall.js. There we go. Build and test. And we'll let that run. It should pick up. I also added caching for NuGet packages in here. So it doesn't always download new NuGet packages each time, but instead reaches into a cache and pulls them out and works with those directly. And you're going to see here, the cache is 800 some meg. It's ridiculous in size. But there we go. It does save me like 30 seconds in the build. So I'll take that. I'll take that. And at some point I should clean up the warning statements, you know? And so many of them were just null reference. Oh, possible null, possible null. Like, need to do something about that, I guess. There goes the unit tests. Yep, all good. So, and then it should. Well, I didn't merge it yet, but it only took a minute there, you see. So, don't squash and merge, just merge. Cool. Back over to main. Pull the upstream. And that reloaded, and everything still works. No errors down here. Yes, good. And I will delete the other branch. Right? What did I call it again? Fix underscore merge JS. Fantastic. The last pull request that's out here is for Blue Sky, to support Blue Sky searching and presentation. Let's get that added back into the mix. So this is in the feature Blue Sky branch. Do I still have it here? I do. Yep. That's cool. All right. Yes, this isn't going to work now because this is actually before the Blazor version. So let's merge that. Oh, dear God. I hate ugly merges like this. Close all those things. Show me where the merge errors are, and let's go fix them. All right, we've got two to address. The solution file and the CS proj. What do we got? And it's web CS proj, and it's adding a reference to Blue Sky, except both of those. We're okay with that. Solution file, what's it? 8 echo, 5 echo. Except both of those changes. Down here, 8 echo, 5 echo, yeah. And if I here, go ahead and reload. If I read that properly, it's basically the new projects. The Blue Sky project on one, the Blue Sky provider on one, the new Blazor stuff in the other coming together. Yeah, go ahead and reload the projects. So, right, Blazor's now part of the project. Scrolling down here, there's the web, and there's Blue Sky where we're working. Did I even add references for the other? I didn't even add references for the other projects. I gotta add the other providers. Let me do that after I finish. I'll add Blue Sky here now. And then we'll open another branch and we'll get the other providers merged in. I did want to delete the web project. I'm not going to do it just yet because I still need to get the Playwright test running. And there's configuration that needs to be done in there to configuration verification that I need to go through and make sure it works. So let's take a look at Blue Sky again. And there was there was a feature down here in the detection for Blue Sky. Where was it? Map provider to icon. Huh. Tommy with a question. Do I think Visual Studio will eventually switch to WinUI 3? No. No, don't run that just yet. And there are extensive optimizations that are under the covers inside of Visual Studio to take advantage of running natively on the metal. There's no reason to upgrade to WinUI 3 because they don't want to take advantage of. They don't want to use those SDKs to interact with Windows when Windows makes lower level on the metal interactions possible for C++ developers. And the base framework around Visual Studio is built with C++. So there's extensive optimizations with WPF inside the editor. The editor is built with WPF, the text editor at UC and Visual Studio. The team is constantly reevaluating the shell that Visual Studio runs in to optimize and take advantage of frameworks and use them better, faster, more optimized. Visual Studio is still on .NET Framework. It's still built with .NET Framework. So there's even discussions to get it over to .NET 8. Like, when do we do that one? They're not going to go to WinUI until after they get over to .NET 8, .NET 9, .NET 10. Those discussions, internal planning, experiments, I can share with you, have been happening, have been going on. When you move Visual Studio, let's make sure we're all on the same page here. Visual Studio has been around for 25 years now. When you take an application that's been around that long and has that supported of an ecosystem of extensions and tools that run with Visual Studio, when you want to move that is not an easy lift. There was a lot of chaos. No, that's not what happened. There was a lot of organization and planning and transition. And folks got there just in the update to 64-bit. Right? Let's not forget, Visual Studio 2022 is our first 64-bit version of Visual Studio. Right? So the steps necessary to get to a .NET 8, .NET 9 version of Visual Studio are not trivial. And they're not going to make that transition unless there is a significant performance update that comes through there, because the amount of work necessary to get there is massive. Because Visual Studio is a giant application. What we work with is, what you use in Visual Studio is huge. And to rewrite all of that to .NET 8, .NET 9. And I say rewrite because there are significant portions that would need to be rewritten. It's very sad. Why is it sad? Is there something that Visual Studio doesn't do that you think it should do? Help me out there, Tommy. Dan says, does .NET MAUI work well in Visual Studio Code? Yes. Yes, it does. I've used, and I've shown here on stream, Visual Studio Code building on a Linux machine, building Android apps. So Visual Studio was on Windows Forms for a long time as well. Yes. Running source gens that are not targeting .NET Standard, absolutely, that's going to be a good thing. It's sad it took so long to run Visual Studio as a 64-bit application. The challenge is moving the ecosystem. Because folks were plugged in and running large projects, large plugins that folks built and were selling, other businesses, partners that make the Visual Studio ecosystem run, they need to be prepared and ready to cut over to that as well, right? It's a big challenge. So, right, I'm going to draw a comparison here. So, like, getting that all in line is tricky and hard to do. I look at how Apple made the migration of their operating system and their chips that they deployed for the M1 based laptops and Macs. ARM based processor for Apple. You need to rewrite your code to target ARM processors. It'll still work, but it'll go through an emulator and be significantly slower on the new hardware. So Apple didn't give folks too much time between when they notified them, hey, we're going to ARM, and here's the new hardware. Like, the time between WWDC and the release of the new hardware was, what, 4 months? Like, you've got 4 months to rewrite everything so it targets the new processor. Ha! And a lot of folks didn't make it. Adobe didn't have Photoshop ready to go on day one. The translation layer did work. However, it was significantly slower. Like, people knew it was significantly slower. So, the amount of work necessary to move to the new versions of .NET, not trivial. We all believe that there's a significant performance boost coming. And that's about all I can say. I'm at the edge of what I can talk about for the Visual Studio team. I can tell you that they're actively researching and testing and experimenting how they want to move Visual Studio forward. That's something that they always do because they want to be sure that you get the best performance from your developer tools. And that's are they looking at WinUI 3? No. WinUI 3 is a higher level series of user interface frameworks and interactions with the operating system that Visual Studio doesn't need because they have the team to build those lower level interactions. It's nice to get those options, those opinions, and trust me, the team hears it. They want to make it faster and take advantage of things. Visual Studio literally has its own ecosystem of things that it has invented and built in order for the application to run. It's coming. There's updates coming that are going to make it that are going to make it better because the team is experimenting and they want to push and make it better. So, there are no announced plans for a Visual Studio 2024 or 2025. There are no announced plans of that. The team is building and working on service packs and updates because technology advances. We want to make sure that you have the latest and greatest tools. There's more features coming. Is it going to be is it going to be... Go ahead, take a look. I don't think it'll get it. Yeah, it hasn't been able to get this hat for some reason today. I can't speak more towards any kind of projected timeline. That's outside my scope, and even if I did know a projected timeline, I couldn't share that information with you. So, but it is. Gosh, Paul, you're right. Visual Studio is a bit like building an operating system because of how it builds and interacts and ties into your applications to do diagnostics and return performance information and whatnot. It is a large application to move. So all right, so we were working on Blue Sky interaction here. I thought I had a Blue Sky icon defined here. Is there... So we use the Bootstrap icons. Is there a Bootstrap icon for Blue Sky, or the butterfly that they use? No, there is not a Blue Sky icon. How about is there a butterfly? No. Do they call it a moth? That's motherboard. Okay, so we might have to bring in and force our own there. Midori Fukami, hello, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're gonna need to build our own Blue Sky icon to drop in here. Not terrible. Just another thing to put on the to-do list. So let's build a to-do list. Needs icon for messages. Where did we leave off here? Yeah, we're gonna have some conflicts here that are gonna need to be... Well, when I push my changes, it should update those. What else? So I have a Blue Sky provider, so we can get messages out of Blue Sky. There was something that it wasn't... that we weren't able to get. So here's where it fetches messages. User display name, username, profile image URI. I think it's this. The user profile URI. I think we're okay on that. That one. I think we're okay on most of the rest of this. But I think it was the user profile picture. User profile page. The profile image I think we had. So profile URI needs to be completed. So there's a way that Blazor did their image. Where is it? Providers, Blazor. Oh, we should bring over the Azure Queue and make that plugin. Yeah, that'll be fun. Fonts, icons, there it is. So it's an SVG they brought in. Oh, and he added his own CSS class. That's... Will those point to it? Not... Okay. And then, is this a... Made it as a Razor class library? Yeah, the profile image worked, but I think it was the link to the profile page that didn't work. we'll figure out the icon. Let me pause on the icon. Let me go to the profile page. So there was a submission here from Drastic Actions. With a link to their project, Fishy Flip, that shows how to interact with the Blue Sky protocol here. Yeah, B-Sky app profile, the DID. Go back over here. Really? Maybe it does work. Hey, C# Titan, you enjoyed the latest C# in the Cards episode? Thank you. Thank you. I really enjoyed making that one, and I wanted to take those extra steps to make it a little bit more like the first thing that we're really programming. For those of you that didn't see, so the latest episode is out. It's available, and it talks about shuffling cards with an array and using the Fisher-Yates shuffle algorithm. Simple concept, but it's a first bit of real programming that we're doing. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Steve. Did it the hard way. Used the Bootstrap repo and then copied over the bits you needed. I don't see a problem with that. That makes sense. And then you created your own font so that you could get your icon in there. Makes total sense to me. Yeah, I guess let's just start this and see what we get. I'm going to have to add Blue Sky. Oh, and I don't have a configuration page for it. We're going to have to add configuration pages. All right, so if I go back up here, components, admin, pages, no. Where did I put it? So if I go admin, providers, yeah. There they are. So we need to add some more providers here for the configuration of these other things. Now, Blue Sky, what am I bringing in for the configuration of that? And I'm purposely hard coding some of this. Name description, it's just enabled is really the only thing that I have here. That's pretty easy to do, right? So I'll go back up here to the Blazor project. Can I just copy and paste the Mastodon one and just rename that? All right, open that one. Provider name, Blue Sky. Health, provider icon class, dunno. Fix me. Anti-forgery token on the edit form. Sure. Base address. Don't need most of this. There's the enabled and then save. Yeah. Headers, header dictionary, don't need any of that. Which view model is that? Down here. I don't need any of those. Don't need that. Just need that one. Is that a... set configuration, but yeah. And the iProvider configuration is... where the heck is that coming from? Oh. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be Blue Sky being passed in there. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, thanks so much for watching the C# and the card series. I want to record later today a how to run the demos episode. Kind of like, hey, let me make sure you know how to run this locally. And attach that to the materials page out on the website. Big update to the website. I added a pager because we've got 9 episodes out there, so you can page around and watch everything. It's important to me to have the website so that folks that are learning can get to the materials, and it's not just watch the video. If folks want to just watch the video, just watch the video. But if you want to actually touch the materials, interact with them, and learn, they're right there for you. So, but yeah, I want to try and release 3 episodes this week. It's a lot. Not gonna lie, it's a lot. Okay, so what's this page? I don't know what this page is. Yeah, that's the wrapper around the whole thing. What's that? I forget what these things are. Like, who knew? Put these things in alphabetical order, make it easier to find these. Hey, look! It'll even generate it for me. Fantastic. And it's not on the page. What are we missing? Oh, it's not calling Start Blue Sky yet. Service providers. Here we go. Once again, let's put these in. Put these in order here. Yep, give me that using statement. Now, because that's a startup process, I'm going to need to restart. Hey, Warm Peas. Yeah, Monday stream. Corrupted Echo. Let me come to your question in just a second here. Blue Sky does not exist. Service providers. What? In the namespace, TagZap providers. Yes, it does. It's right there. .NET clean. Let me get these cleared out, and I will take your question there, Corrupted Echo. Welcome in. Appreciate first-time viewers. Hello, hello. All right. Service underscore providers. Here. It's saying it doesn't know what that is. But it does. Why doesn't it? Didn't I add that as a project here? TagZap providers, Blue Sky, there it is. Is there a problem building the blue sky? What did we miss? Service providers, line 1. So it's looking at the using statement and saying it doesn't know what blue sky is. Visual Studio knows what it is. Try it in Visual Studio. Question from Corrupted Echo. What do I think of Blazor? Do I think it'll have long-term support? Will it eventually be deprecated like Silverlight? I get this question a lot. I love Blazor. Blazor is it is extremely innovative. The team's been making the Blazor framework core to the ASP.NET web development experience. I think you're referring specifically to the Blazor WebAssembly capabilities. The difference between Blazor WebAssembly and Silverlight is simple. Silverlight relied on a runtime that was installed separately on. Let's see, that worked. That was installed separately for your browser to work, right? It relied on a browser plugin. Thank you for the follow. And Mr. Jobs famously wrote his memo that the phone will never support browser plugins, and all the browser vendors stopped supporting plugins except for Internet Explorer. 10 years after that memo, Microsoft was still supporting Silverlight. Everything's going to be deprecated. Everything. Some things sooner than others. If this were a Google project, it'd be deprecated about this time next week. I kid. But Blazor's being delivered and is part of ASP.NET, part of .NET 8, so it's going to get at least 3 years support. It's coming. It's coming along. If you look at the C# in the cards website, that's Blazor. Not only is that Blazor, that's a WebAssembly component down there that you didn't even see load. And it lets you sort through the 9 episodes that are out there. It loads extremely fast. We've optimized the heck out of this so that you can get in and see all the content and interact with it. Okay? Most of this is server-side rendered. That said, this one piece here, and you didn't even see it. There was no little timer or anything for it to load. This is WebAssembly. If WebAssembly were to suddenly go away and all the browser vendors were to say, we're not supporting this, first off, it wouldn't disappear overnight. It would take some time. But I can guarantee you, Microsoft is not going to completely remove support for WebAssembly for a long time. Still, if you want to build with Blazor, Blazor as a framework has other rendering modes that you can use to hedge your bets against WebAssembly going away. Because if WebAssembly went away, you're not left then holding the bag. You've got all kinds of other ways to render your Blazor applications, and that's a good thing. So, do I like Blazor? Yes, I like it a lot. You're going to be able to build and deploy however you want for a long time. Thank you for the link to webassembly.org. Yes, there are working groups out there that are trying to do more with WebAssembly. It's not going away. It's not. So, And it's funny, folks complain about Silverlight going away. Nobody complains about Flash going away. But, oh gosh, Silverlight went away and, oh gosh. Flash? Yeah, good riddance. Even though Flash was used 10 times more extensively than Silverlight. If there's anybody that should have been complaining, oh gosh, Silverlight went away, it's Netflix. Limmy does. And why? Why does Limmy complain about Silverlight going away? Is it dogpiling on because it's a meme now? You use Blazor on personal projects, you really enjoy using it. JavaScript is still dominating the market. Well, so JavaScript is never going to go away because it's native inside the browser. The reason to use Blazor is for the same reason that JavaScript folks write applications with Node, so that you have the same development environment front to back in your application. Building JavaScript with Node is an awful experience and doesn't deliver computationally sound applications because you can't do multi-threading. Interactions with disk are really, really slow. High performance computational tasks in JavaScript take a long time. That's not what JavaScript is built for. You can do it. Folks do it. Do it and optimize and tweak their applications to the nines to make that work. But that's not what that language is good at. So he was a Flash dev before comedy. There you go. Yeah, Open Silver's out there as well. So it is convenient. And look, folks do very good things, and there are spaces where Node applications run really nicely for folks. Yes. Building with Blazor, because you can shift your user interface framework rendering from static server rendered, where we're used to as ASP.NET developers, interactive server, where you're going to have that same AJAX experience coming back and forth to the server to get new content, and interactive WebAssembly, where it runs natively in the browser. Natively in the browser with .NET 8 is a dream. It's awesome. It's fantastic. Check out the front of that C# in the Cards website. And let me know if this component that's WebAssembly here, let me know if that looks and feels weird to you, because it should feel native and just work in the browser. It's WebAssembly, it loads nicely, and you won't even know that it's happening to you. And that's all Blazor running, right? Like, yeah. It's only getting better. The team is investing in making it a better experience. And as developers, we gotta like when our framework developers and tool developers are making them better, making their product better, because that means that our websites and applications get better. I like that a lot. So, knowing that there's going to be new versions coming, let's do it. Let's do more of that. So, I'm way on board with Blazor. Yeah. And this application was just rewritten with Blazor. See? Tags app Blazor. And we should see it start picking up and listening to Silverlight. Blue Sky content. Too many code words here. There we go. So if I go back over to admin and now into providers, now it sees Blue Sky there. And I don't have an icon for it. Unknown, not yet started. Shouldn't I have an icon there? Right. Oh, is it because I don't have that? Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't have that, so it doesn't have this. Well, we should get a red health check there that it's not enabled. Why does it say it is enabled? Sure. So if I go over to moderation screen, but it also says not yet started. You feel like you're getting a little left behind in .NET front end, careers taking you to cloud back end? Yeah. That happened to me for a long time as well. Hey, Zane, over there on YouTube, welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah. All right. Do I know what stinks? Circular references. Not having dependency injection yet, and at the same time having circular... something's not quite right here. What font am I using for Visual Studio? I have a command for that. There you go. Cascadia Code. And there's a link if you want to download and use it. So, free open source font that the folks on the Windows team have built. So, yeah. Microsoft is investing big in WebAssembly. This feels weird that it hasn't started yet. That should have kicked in. And yeah, it doesn't have a blue sky token here. Let's see. So we need a token for blue sky. But it looks like it's not running. All right, I am going to need to run this with the debugger so I can see what's going on. So here into the provider. Yeah, get content for tag. And here's the start. Let's put some breakpoints in here. And one of these. See what we get. See where we end up at. You want to take a look at OTel? Maybe this week we can get some metrics around all that. Totally. That would be awesome. Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Hello. We just merged. You probably saw the email. We merged your change. Thank you so much for the update, the PR on that. We're getting Blue Sky completed here and merged in. Yeah, so it's starting. Debug. And then the AT protocol. Yeah. Unsubscribe. Configure that. And start the subscription, which is, where is that? And there we go. Now we're getting messages, but up here there's a health. Where is it? Get health. And there's a status that says unknown not yet started. So I didn't update it. That's why. All right. So let's update that status. Mastodon. I go back to Mastodon because it's kind of my reference configuration of this stuff. So. Right. So find me all the places that I configured that. What? There we go. So we set it to healthy when we are getting content. So after that started, let's say status equals yeah, that's good. That's good to start. Down here. No. All right. So it sure looks like it's running. Let's see what we get. Use the B for blue sky. So I actually have another trick that we can use for that. We can grab the SVG and we can embed it. So here it is going through blue sky messages. Now blue sky messages coming in are very much like, there we go. And now it says Mastodon is unhealthy. That should be going. It was going just a little bit ago. Ah, there it goes. Picked up. But it says it's listening to blue sky. So if I go back over to moderation. So let's go find a blue sky, the blue sky icon in SVG. No. There we go. So what I can do I could just download this as the PNG and use it. Right, how big is the SVG? File size 745 bytes. Yes, please. So I put it down. Now, I want a white version of it. And it's going to be white or black because it's a font. So I'm going to need 2 of those. Okay. Let's see, why does it say admin providers even though we're over here? But I need to get that in. Hey, look at that! Look at that! Mr. Magoo! Mr. Magoo! Heck yes! Yes! That's what I'm talking about! Woo! That's what I'm talking about! And if I go through to this, And it's, let's see if that goes through to your profile. It does. And we get your appropriate image. It all works. That's what I'm talking about, friends. All right, so we just need the icon. Okay, okay. Where was it? I just put it down up here. And then we'll have Blue Sky working. This one. Open with. No. No. And we're going to replace the back there. You know what? Why don't we do that today, too? Can I open this with paint.net? Right, it's an SVG. I should be able to. The line under the profile link, is that supposed to be the username? Oh, it won't let me open the SVG. Yes, at B-Sky actor profile. That is supposed to be the username. So that's what we gotta. I mean, everything else came through, right? We got the display name properly. But yeah, that should be. That's the configuration. Where is it? Handle message. Here. Right. App B-Sky actor profile. That right there. It's the username. Do I have to be part of a list for B-Sky stuff? Nope. Nope. It's looking specifically for the hashtag.net. So if you put a post on B-Sky hashtag.net, it'll find it and pull it over here. But yeah, that's supposed to be the username. So, right, when we click through to Mr. Magoo here, right, we want that entry from Mr. Magoo's profile to come through. We should be able to find that. You're right, it's not picking up replies. Well, it's... Well, so... Blue Sky is very much watching the fire hose. So... It's looking at every message coming through. There's a potential that it's overflowing and we're not getting all the content. So that's possible. So those are test ones that I ran back in December. But I need to figure out the Blue Sky. Yeah, the fire hose is a lot. Oh, well. On Twitch chat. Well, wait, that says it's not running. It's running over here. Output. Insert into content. Yeah. Can it monitor a blue sky feed and let somebody else monitor? Maybe. I mean, sure, I can point to something else and listen. Yeah. Right. I mean, I could just use that blue butterfly SVG in the corner. And it'll work in both dark and let's do that. Where do we go? CSS. Blue sky icon. Oh, really? How does Bootstrap do that? Watch a feed like this and it might reduce the load. Even that didn't pick up the replies. Let's let me come back to that. Let me do the icon first here. Oh, so I wanted to look at how Bootstrap does those icons. Right there. Oh, it moved. Right there. Before, and it's got content, and then it has the icon. Font family Bootstrap icons display inline block. So what I could do, I could say height, right? It's 20 pixels is what it's forced to. And if I go back here, let's turn that around and make it almost Hungarian notation. Didn't pick it up. Icon blue sky. Did it not load my CSS? There it is. Yeah. So it sees it. Mm-hmm. What's D word blue sky? Why aren't we seeing it? Did it load the? Yeah, it loaded it. 47K? Jeez. So is it just because it's too small? There it is. It's cutting it off. Aren't all the Windows types Hungarian? A little bit. Let's put that in the CSS. What was it? Background size. Map provider to icon. Oh, come on. Where is it? I did it for the Blazor version. Is it this one? There it is. That'd be kind of nice, but we're not there yet. No. Icon, blue sky. Hey, fierce kittens! Hello, hello. We are. Let's see. I think. There we go. It's not great. And didn't appear down there yet. Let's take a look and see if. And this one should have picked it up also. How you doing there, FK? How's things? Right there. Why did it say BI Blue Sky when it's right there? I'll go for it. Let's have some fun. Building a game with Aspire? Yes, please. You don't have to ask me twice. I'm on board with that. I think it didn't pick up that change. I also wonder if no. Something happened and it like crashed. So there's the no, it didn't pick it up there either. Okay. That icon needs a little bit of help. I'm not gonna lie. Can we help you out there? And do like that's not gonna help. It's the background image, which isn't square, it's wider. If I go like that, what if we did contain? It feels like it's cut off. It also feels like it's up a bit. Concerned about it'll change quickly with it being in preview. That's kind of that's kind of right. One of the things that as developers, it's particularly .NET developers, we get accused of this a lot. We can mitigate by adding abstractions, right? So, and actually that kind of feeds into your demo a little bit. If you have your communications, so let me back up. Our friend Fierce Kittens is going to build a multiplayer bingo game using Aspire. A lot of communications back and forth between services and front-end games. But that's right, and that's one of the key things that Fierce Kittens is just an expert at managing is network communications. Isolating those in one place and then wrapping it with the appropriate Aspire client connection logic so that your Aspire stuff is being injected and it has a specific a shape that's specific to preview 3 of Aspire at this point, means that all of your communication stuff can still stay the same and it's just being injected the Aspire configuration. It would be overkill to do more than just a Blazor site with Signal Art, but I think you want to do a little bit of to do it with Aspire. You want to have and kind of show off Aspire a little bit. You want to have a back office service that is managing all of the game state. You don't really need it, but I think that'll get you kind of that demo. Where'd it go? I'm going to change that to contain and 23. refresh. It's like up. It's like up in the air. Yeah, it would have to. Yeah. So if I say margin top, kind of nudge it down a little bit. Yeah, margin top 4 pixels. There we go. Let's see here. So let me go to just the blue sky message. So why isn't that one appearing? Yeah, it's still trying to get to BI blue sky. Let's take a look. Take a look. Look. Map provider icon. This one. I have a copy of it. Yes! Developers. BMson, hello, welcome. Fellow C# and oh, fantastic. Always great to have other enthusiasts joining us. Hello. Yeah, we're building with C# and I have blue sky out here, but I wonder if there's something crashing behind the scenes. And it's it's stopping. So, before I go too much further, let's commit. Yeah, just add the whole smash. Just put everything in there. Added icon. All right, so I have that working. But yeah, close that screen. Close that screen too, and that one. Leave that one going. So, and there's the blue sky icon for Mr. Magoo, but the username, it's not the profile URI, it's the username. Appears to stop. Appears to crash. So we'll take care of that. All right. So that's done. So we'll take a look at the username and why that's not popping through and why it looks off there. Repo.handle. So, Razor, the blue sky provider doesn't do isn't there. Rewind. It should be white. I can't. I needed something that allow me to edit the SVG so I can do it, so I can make it white, and so I can make a black version. But for now, I'll just go with that. There's two different types of providers that I have in TagsApp. There's a searching provider like we have for Twitter and Mastodon, and for YouTube, where it will search for hashtags. There's listener providers like we have for Twitch chat and YouTube chat, where it will where it listens, and if it misses a message, it's gone. It doesn't have it. So Twitch chat messages, as they're flowing, they're being picked up and added to the moderation screen here. Could probably use a filter for making a black white. You're right. Force background image to black. What do we got? Use pseudo element instead of a background. Grayscale filter. With blend modes. Tell me more. Background blend mode. Really? So if we go over here, right, let me zoom a little bit more there. So I'm specifically looking at that icon right there. Background blend mode, yeah. Well, it's not doing anything when I... That didn't do anything. No. None of the background blend modes worked. So let's try filter. Where'd it go? Grayscale? Yeah, I know. I need to give you more information than that. That didn't do anything either. If you put the contents of the element inside a wrapper, so I have a background image and the filter isn't taking it 100%. All right. So now it's gray. It's gray. So then how do I make it white? Yeah, I know. No. Grayscale takes it to gray. What happens if I say like 50%? Yeah. What happens if I do now the background blend mode? I don't know what that does. Yeah, what's that do? Try fill white? Fill white with what? Oh. No, it didn't do anything. Ooh. Okay. That didn't do anything. Oh, it's up here. Hey, how you doing there, Robert Tables? want to do like a... Dear Lord. I have no idea what this is supposed to be showing me. That is an awful demo. CSS, filter background image to white. Sure. Filter brightness 0, invert 1. Give that a shot. There it is. That works. And then if I change it to invert 0, it's black. Terrific. Do that. By George, I think we've got it. And if we turn off those, now we've got the blue sky. I like that. That worked out nicely.
Make it so.
I did. I didn't know you could do that with CSS.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I didn't. I need to make that louder. I said I was going to get that sound effect, and I went and got that sound effect, but it needs to be louder. Can we make that louder? Like, not going to lie.
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I did.
Oh, you didn't know?
That's better. All right. It is an SVG, yes. So I could go through and edit the SVG, but it sounds really straightforward. Just give it 0 brightness so it's dark, and then invert it. That's right. That's right, Napalm. And then they weren't allowed to use any of what their attitude things on the show anymore. If I turn that off, does it turn blue? No, it stays white. Where these kind of go to that blue. No, whatever. Clean that up later. Okay. Let me go back to, save that. Made icon white. Cool. I'll take stupid CSS tricks for 1,000.
You can do it!
I did. That was really loud. Not gonna lie. So let me go back to the Blue Sky provider. Are we getting messages? Oh, we're getting messages. Oh, yes, we are. So I'll break down here. Okay, so this says it found a post. Yeah, see, I'm stopped. I should probably just continue and not have this big if block here. And let's grab that somewhere else. So we're not constantly doing this. Do a little optimization here. Yeah, they did get a cease and desist letter from USA Network. Oh, yes, they did. Hashtags add. Yeah. So let's do something like this. Do something like that. Yep, it doesn't exist yet. That should be a T. Go create that string. Thank you. So now down here, when I was handling the message, if it's null or empty, or the post text does not contain the tag. What the heck? No, I said continue. Oh, you know what? There is no continue. Return. Fantastic. And I can get rid of one of those. That becomes this. Okay. So I've shortcut it to exit without having to go through this big if. Yep, can do a run too. Yep. There's actually an icon that'll appear that you can click in the gutter here on the side. That right there we need to address. Part of me thinks I should have an internal queue of these. And do a little internal pub sub. Have a queue of them sitting there and have a collection of threads that are watching and pulling out there. Is the space in the contains check? Yes. Because I don't want to get where folks have a hashtag in the middle of a phrase. Right? I want to get where folks have specifically put space hashtag.net or hashtag whatever. Put it back. Put it back. What else? What else do I want to go after here? I mean, instead of calling right? I could. Yeah, if once it needs to get data, I want to leave the debugger running here, and I'm gonna break in this. I'm gonna break right there. From repo.handle. So let's go over here. Can somebody give me a blue sky message? See, and it's the CSS. Well, there's a JavaScript resize that's supposed to trigger there. There we go. Thank you. So that's from Mr. Magoo. Much appreciate. So I'm gonna hang here on this. AT protocol repo, describe repo async. Am I doing that somewhere? AT protocol is where is AT protocol? AT web protocol. There it is. AT protocol builder. Do I have one of those? I do. So what happens if I do this? If I do that in the immediate window, I called mine, and do I have the DID? Where did he? I do have the DID. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of tests on this. Okay. Repo.handle. Is that what I can put in there? Step in. So now if I look at repo, handle, there it is. Why didn't it show up? There we go. There we go. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Thank you, Blazor Mr. Magoo, for the big help there. And you saw, just like Blazor Mr. Magoo was describing, I was able to walk back my debug point and walk it back forward. But there we go. There we go. I think that icon is just a little bit bigger than the others. Should the username really have an @ in front? Is that how they describe their usernames on Blue Sky? Let's go back over there. They do. They put an @ sign in front of it. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Make sure that it's formatted properly. There we go. So new messages that we get from Blue Sky will have that appropriate formatting. And that should have popped up over there on the waterfall. There it is. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. There's definitely more to do to make that more robust, more reliable. For now, minimum viable is done. It works. It delivers all the features when it finds things. Improving how we interact with Blue Sky is another story. Formatted user handle appropriately. Let's merge that, John. Does not appear to crash. It's just not behaving properly. Fantastic. We are going to move on past this. Make sure that it downloads and installs. Builds properly, and then we'll get it merged in, and we'll have that patched. Now, there are packages, and the packages are getting version numbers now. For some reason, it isn't incrementing the pre-release number. I don't know why. There we go. Right. So I'm using NerdBank Git versioning. Let's see if we can just patch this while we're here. So never seen Blue Sky? It is. It's actually written by the same folks that founded Twitter. That's where Jack is. He's over there working on that. There's a list of example values for the outputs. It's in the docs here. The repo behind the... No, I want the actual... Yeah. That over here. Here we go. Right now, I put in version, and it isn't putting the extension on the end of it. If you, what? Yeah, give me that one. Surprised they can't get into trouble by basically creating a direct clone. They're using it. They built their own protocol for it, so it behaves differently. So, see there, I've commented out playwright tests. So when it builds, where is it? Cache the NuGet packages, build. There it is. Version stamping. Set all variables. All version variables as environment variables with an NBGV syntax. Whose version setting should be changed? No, we're not doing that. No. The 4 integer version. It is giving me that. Yeah, Abbey Knight. It's they're getting there. It should have picked up and put that there's a pre-release version it should be putting on there. I don't know. But I'm going to merge in, and it's still, it's updating the same pre-release version. I guess when I cut a full version, it'll update that. I don't know. I managing version numbers is awful. Just an awful experience. Yep. I'm going to squash and merge. So I end up with 1 there. There we go. So that'll put Blue Sky in. Now, the other thing, the other providers aren't in here and working yet. We need to go and put the other providers back in. And then I'd like to do the Azure Q provider. So let's jump back to main. Go away. Feature Blue Sky. Pull in main version. Right, and now if we git log, there's Blue Sky. Cool. Let's add put the other providers back into this guy. They're all missing from here. So put them back in. Because never finished that when I did the migration over to Blazor. And while I'm in here, I don't like that that's here and over here. Like, I don't like that at all. Let's put that into view model somewhere. Right? Like, here's what the content model looks like. Let's hang it as a static method out here on this thing. Yeah. Right? There we go. Same thing over here. This one. No reason to have duplicate logic hanging out there. Put it in one place. Done. Centralized logic. I don't need to go and figure it out somewhere else. Right? Just make sure where else that is. What is that? Content model, that's where it should be. That's the old stuff. Really? That's web. Portrait overlay. Oh. No. No. And let's just .NET watch this. There we go. See, and it just overwrote the 040 pre because I haven't marked a new one, so it's overwriting the pre-release version. What did we break? Waterfall modal 18. Yeah, that makes sense. Right there. Building. Make sure you also check out our friends Rich and Chris. Space Shot. You've seen him hanging out here. They're working on a dev container for TagsApp so that if you want to develop and work with TagsApp locally, you can download the source code and work with it. Or you want to fork and set up a GitHub code space, you can do that too. So moderation, we should see everything loading properly. Yes. Good. All right. Centralized the map provider to icon method. Okay. What else? the other providers. Let's get those in the mix. Let's get those coming back over. So we're going to need to add some user interfaces here. And we're going to need to add references to all the other providers. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them out there. You betcha. Sure, let's start with the Azure queue. Heck, just add them all, right? Like, just add, right? This one and that one, and this one and that one and that one. Boom. And here, what's the Azure queue provider called? So the idea being you can lob messages out there. Start Azure queue. You can lob messages into a queue out on Azure. It'll pick it up and display them for you. Looking down here. Blazor. Get that in. Blue Sky, Mastodon's already there. Twitch chat. We need Twitter, YouTube, and YouTube chat. Come here, you. No. What? Okay. All right, they're all in the mix now. Is that all I needed? Oh, no, the admin configuration screens. Right. Boy. I'm going to start with from the Twitch chat version. And Azure queue. Azure queue. And right, what did that look like? Globe 2. Is that in? Yeah. Okay. We'll figure out those items and these items down here. Take a look at what we have for configuration. Now, it says the name is Azure Queue, but for some reason it's picking up as website somewhere. I don't know where that's picking up and rolling through. What values do we have here? We have just the queue connection string and enabled. That's easy. So we can get rid of right. Make that the placeholder there. of these. Something like this. Something like that. Okay. So down here, one of those. Get rid of all that other goo. Q connection string, Q connection string. Right, because that's what it's called in the Azure. Where is it? Q connection string. Do the same thing up here. Fantastic. And now we're connected up to an Azure queue, so we're receiving messages. At least it should be. I hope. Azure queue does not exist in the namespace. Oh, not this again. Right, I even ran .NET Clean before and it didn't clean. How we doing there, chat room? It's been a little bit since I've seen a message from you. We okay? Did we lose Twitch? Hey, Harrison's over there on YouTube. Hello. Yeah, I think something happened to... Did something happen to Twitch chat? Okay, my screen stopped refreshing with Twitch chat. Like, I was seeing content, but it wasn't coming through. Why isn't... Clean the solution and rerun it. Muted. Ah, that's cool. Thank you, friends. Appreciate you the check-in there. When I see chat go for like more than 10 minutes and I'm not even getting the Stream Elements messages coming through, the Stream Elements bot messages, it feels like something weird's going on. Know what I mean? Junie Von Esch.
Junie_Von_Esch just resubscribed for 36 months. Oh, chat is good. No worries on that. D.
Hello. Thank you so much, my friend. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for that support. I have a family member who's undergoing chemo and radiation therapy right now. It is a torturous trial that she's going through. And she is holding up like a champ and fighting her way through it every day. She's out getting therapy. She has a week and a half left. She's done next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday. And we are pulling for her. We are so hopeful that she gets through this with no more problems. There we go. That's kind of what I expect to see. All right. So I can start adding in the other providers here. Where is it? Nope, that's good. That's good. Yeah, here we go. So I need to put in the one for, what did I just add? Azure. Name of Azure Q provider. It's not Azure Config UI. What did I call? Oh, is it? AzureQ.config.ui. Oh, yeah. Save that. Hot reload that, John. And it's not showing anything. Why aren't you showing anything? Nightmare!
Nightmare just resubscribed for 45 months. Good morning. Happy C# Monday.
Happy C# Monday to you. We are blasting through and adding new features to TagsApp today. We've already finished adding Blue Sky, so TagsApp now knows how to listen for Blue Sky. The other providers, I forgot to copy them over, so I'm getting them reconfigured and added back into the mix here. I think I need to restart to get that to load properly. Let me see if we can get this properly loaded up. How you doing there, Nightmare? Thank you so much. 45 months. Man, thank you. I really appreciate the support. So here we go. Not customization. Providers. There it is. And not started because it doesn't have a connection string and it's not enabled. I'll do a UI pass later. But that's now appearing. So the Blazor provider. Yeah, let's add that one into the mix. So looking down here, view models. Well, Blazor. Where is configuration? There we go. So a handful of keys here to go after. Not too bad. Okay, okay. So I'll copy Mastodon. No. Where'd it go? I have to stop in order to rename things. This. There we go. And this should be able to work now. How many parameters would you add to a method signature before just putting them in an object and using that? I would top out at like 4 or 5 tops. After that, it's like there's too much going on here. Provider icon class. There, it popped up on another screen. What's the icon class for that? BI Blazor. So go back over here. Not quite. Yeah, I would start. You already have 3 so far, and it feels a bit messy. I think 3 is okay. 4 is even then not too bad. You get past 4, and it's like, oh, hang on. Hey, Lord Milo. Lord Milo with a question here. How am I hosting the site that has localhost? That's a fine question. So I can run. Let me restart it here. I can run the site locally. I know you. That's in Twitch chat. Receive messages on thread. Chat client 220. 1 second. It's Let's just put a try on that. And error while shutting down. So when I run this, .NET, just like other programming languages, Node has its own web server that you can run locally. So when I'll run .NET Watch in this case, and it will let me. It'll start the web server here at the command line. You can do this on Windows, Mac, or Linux, and I can then connect to that server and start interacting with it. Start tinkering around. So I'm going to scroll up just a bit. You can see here it started the web server, and here's where it's listening. It's listening on localhost. So then I can browse and interact with it here locally. Now, it doesn't allow external connections in with this configuration. It kind of blocks it for right now. So if I go over to admin, we look back at our providers. There's my Azure queue, and that looks okay. I'm trying to wire up the Blazor provider. BMson with a question here. What's my opinion on libman versus npm to manage packages in ASP.NET? Is libman just the quick and dirty way? Last I checked, it's not supported by Renovate or Dependabot. Yeah, I think you're right. It isn't supported by Dependabot. Libman is quick and dirty to just grab and put down values. NPM certainly works. However, I would probably still run libman to just copy and move content out of node modules into an appropriate folder. I like using libman because it's quick and dirty to just point and say download this and put it here locally. And yeah, I'm gonna have to check and maintain that, but so I think there's a combination of the two. NPM to just go fetch stuff, put it down in the node modules folder, and it's going to be gigantic when you're working locally. But then use libman to copy it over into the final location. So that you do get that update and you can push it out when you're ready. Ryder has an issue installing from Artifactory JFrog repos. Oh. You stumbled on my Take My First Steps with F# video. F#? Oh my gosh, that's from a long time ago. You've been learning F# since. You really, really dig it. Personally jam with it better than OCaml and Scholar. Cool. That's great. I didn't get too much further into F#. Yeah, so, quite frankly, it's something that I haven't gone back to, and at some point I should. Libman, for those of you who don't know, libman allows you to manage external CSS and JavaScript libraries. So you can see it right there, libman JSON, and the list of content that it supports. So I thought there were ways to go in here and there we go. Restore client-side libraries, clean client-side libraries, enable restore client-side libraries on build. So when you configure them, you can change the provider so it's not a CDN, but it's coming off the file system. So do your npm install, and it's sitting in the node modules folder. Tell it to pull off the file system, point it over to the other location. That way it's integrated with the build experience. So when Dependabot kicks in, it downloads and puts into node modules folder at build time. Here's your JavaScript for Bootstrap icons. At build time, libman will reach in and grab the latest version and push it out for you. Right? Because you kind of have to jump between the two, and nobody wants to deploy their node modules folder with their ASP.NET setup. So, all right. So I was up looking for. So we finished with Azure Q. That works. We need to do the Blazor configure, but I want to get that appearing on the screen. So it's not portrait overlay. It's not overlay. It's not this. It's not that. I forget which one it is. Ah, there we go. So here we go, doing the same thing. And I absolutely could, thank you. I could do this with a little bit of reflection. Not gonna lie. Yeah, you're supposed to give me a using statement there, friend. Ta-da. Why don't you like that? Due to its protection level. I'm just asking for a name of it. I'm going to make that public so that I can detect it. Developers. Hey there, Lime Benky. Lime Benky? Hello, welcome. There is a name property on this. It's actually on the configuration. Right, if we look at the configuration, they all have an iProvider configuration, which includes the name. I could do a switch on that instead. Yeah, no. Right, if I said instead of get type, hang on. Settings. Yeah. Yeah, it's a task to go get that. No, do the type name. And just make this public. Hey, Chris Funk, yeah. It's saying that these are less accessible because they're internal. I'm okay with making them public. There we go. So now that should find and let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. That build's taking a long time too. Yeah, that's Alani that I'm drinking. I should be drinking water, but I'm drinking Alani. What can I tell you? Okay, now it's okay. It's got the wrong name on it and stuff. So back up here. There it is. It's not enabled. That's why it's not started. So I'm okay with that. So let's take a look at all the configuration for that. So we have these values, which, shoot. That's fine. I'll copy them in. And this should be BI Blazor. There it is. Got the little rocket. Third book of the year. Good for you. Let's see. I need an API key. Base address, yeah. Make these alphabetical. No, API key. That's what it was. And we need a secret auth key. Secret auth key. String. Secret auth key. Window seconds and window requests. No. Window seconds? Yeah. Yes. Timeout. Timeout? Yep, I've already got a timeout. And I've already got a base address. I've already got that. I've already got that. QRST and default headers. Move you up in here. And I'll leave required at the enabled at the bottom because it's enabled. Your company has given you the go-ahead to update your MVC dashboard to Blazor. Nice. No server side. You're going to need some APIs on the server side. You're going to need some. That's a good start. Give me the API key. Yes. What else are you going to suggest? Yep, secret auth key makes sense to put next to the first one. Good. Getting some good help from Copilot here. Base address. Default headers. I think I already have the default headers in there, right? Timeout, default headers. I need the window seconds and window request. Can you give me... Let's go somewhere down here. Yep, window seconds. There we go. Yep. Give me one more for the other windows. Oh, yes. Oh, man. Move that above. Default headers. Is it rebuilding? It is. Refresh that screen. Blazor. Did I not save? I saved. Rebuild it. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, Blazor United isn't the name, it's just Blazor Web Application. Thank you, Scott. Yep. Yep. And open that up, and there's our values. Nice! Okay. Blazot config is in. So we can close all that out. Next. I think we're missing... close that one. Hey, there we go, Sean.
Sean underscore the underscore sheep underscore b moot cheered 100. No, the Blazor United does not have a client side. I'm going to build an API to handle the client side.
Yeah, you're gonna want you may want an API for folks to be able to access. For I'm gonna go back to the example I showed earlier. I've got 2 Firefoxes open to that same page. 3. I need to also add them. Look at that! Look at that! Look at them showing up there, marching along. Got all the providers happening, and there's more coming too. Yeah. Actually, they shouldn't be showing up if they're not enabled. Where was I? On the C# in the cards, it does seem large. This is a WebAssembly component, and I'm passing parameters into it from the static server rendered. I didn't need to build an API for this. I'm just passing parameters into it, and it runs just fine. So take a look. You may be able to get away with not passing parameters into it without an API, because you can just pass the parameters into it. So that's the C# in the cards website. And I see a handful of folks on the website right now. Taking a look at the perf on the dashboard. Yeah. Performance is just slaying for that website. So that's Blazor static server rendered. Right. We're under 50 milliseconds on the requests coming into that website. So C#inthecards.com, and you can see that is a static Blazor rendered website, and it is devouring the request, just handling it no problem. I'll drop the link there in chat. So you can see that is a WebAssembly component. It's pre-rendered, downloaded in the background, and away it goes. So, yeah, it feels nothing. So, and that's just a little, what's it called? Basic 2 instance of Azure App Service. So, huge project, cool. Have fun with that. I agree. The blue sky butterfly does look a little bit larger. We can clean that up later. We can get that cleaned up later. I want to. These should only be triggering if they're enabled on the moderator page. Moderation resort. There's the moderators, there's the filters, providers. Really? that collection of providers. Where are you defined? Let's go into the server and calling get available providers. Let's do this. Jump right to the method. Service providers, put some... Let's do a where in there. Oh, I have to get configuration and then check to see if it's enabled. Yeah. CSS hover might be nice to put on there. Sure. That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah. If you'd like to tinker with that, go for it. We talking about WebAssembly? We are. You've built a few things in Rust, Go, but never C#. Does Visual Studio let you target WebAssembly natively? What do you mean by natively? So there's for .NET, we have a framework called Blazor that will build and deliver UI applications that run in Blazor, that run in WebAssembly. So binary size compares to Go, it's larger because you're carrying a framework with you. .NET is never going to be as small as Go. .NET is never going to be as small as C++. It just isn't. That's the trade-off you get in choosing a framework that has and tool set that has so much productivity features built in, right? You've got a garbage collector. You've got all of these protections around how you write your code. You've got the just-in-time compilation. Even when you do ahead-of-time compilation, it's still not going to get as small as a Go application. It just isn't. Yeah. Go is larger because of garbage collection compared to Rust. Those are going to be much smaller. However, there's a lot more, right? There's a lot more responsibility that you have to take in building and maintaining those versus a managed language like Java, C#, F#, Visual Basic, and the .NET stack, right? Clojure is going to run into the same thing because it's on a right, you're running on a managed runtime. So the trade-off of the safety of the managed runtime is things are a bit larger. So .NET's doing some things to be able to compete more in that space as far as size. Performance-wise, they're neck and neck. But you've got a big set of libraries you carry around. Is that a bad thing? No, not really. No. Nitro Evil. We've gotten that question before from folks. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Microsoft 365 is rewriting some of their background services from ASP.NET to Rust. Here's the thing. Microsoft is the largest software company in the world. There's many different tools that many different product teams across Microsoft use because there is no one-size-fits-all. If you're building an operating system, you're building an enterprise-scale database, you're writing games to run on an Xbox or other game systems, you're building websites, search engine, the number 2 search engine in the world, Bing. You're building an enterprise-scale cloud service out there across all the Azure features. You're building enterprise CRM management software with Dynamics. You're building enterprise communication software with Teams. There's all kinds of different tool sets that are appropriate for those different types of applications. When you choose to build those applications, you're going to choose either something that's a very high-level language JavaScript, folks were building teams with JavaScript and React for a very long time. But they need to squeeze for threading and multiple interactions of things because they're working with video data and they need to process that quickly and the performance of that. So they started moving to more native solutions. And when you talk about pushing communication data real time, they've been working with SignalR for most of that stuff for a very, very long time. And it works great for a lot of their features. There are, however, things where they need to reduce latency even further. So they're going to migrate to something that's a little bit lower level. They could choose between Go, C++, Rust, any number of different ways they can write software. The fact is, Microsoft can afford those very, very smart folks who can write and manage lower level applications when they need to squeeze for performance. They feel they're at a point that they need to do that, so they're going to pivot and take that approach. The fact that Office has been running for 10, 15 years on ASP.NET and SignalR in the cloud, and you haven't seen a hiccup in it, you, the general community of users, that's a pretty big testament to how well that runs. A team wanting to explore and try and make something perform better, we talked about this earlier with Visual Studio, is common for Microsoft to do. They're going to go down, they're going to rewrite some of those services in Rust. If they work better, they'll deploy them. If they don't, they'll find another solution. So it takes a lot of power and responsibility to build with a lower level language like Rust. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's a great tool. But there's a lot more responsibility you have to take over your code that you write. So that's fine. If more folks at Microsoft want to program with Rust, terrific. There's a developer division that'll support them. So, all right. I guess that's okay there. I mean, I don't want to go through and have to check the enabled state on all of them. Right? Where was it? Moderation Hub. Here. Right? Reaching into the providers. Corey Weathers, how you doing there, Hurricane? Someone who worked on PowerPoint Online, there's so much that goes into this beyond language choice. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There are significant steps that go into maintaining and working with those things. Absolutely. I feel like I should put an enabled. Nah. Repotting plants? Oh, that's fun. Yeah. I'm enjoying building and getting new features added in here to this. And clearly this needs help. This whole bar here needs some user interface love. We'll get there. Get the features in, make it work better, make it look good, right? Those are kind of the steps we go through. So where was I? I was talking about, Twitter, the Twitter configuration. Let's get that running. Maybe you'll re-implement REST APIs in Rust when you have to scale them to 1 billion requests per second. Right. There comes a point where the trade-off, and I love that thinking, right? Let's grab that. Right. There comes a point where the trade-off of, do I need to rewrite, do some performance tuning in my web services, is it's going to cost you how many developer hours to rewrite and improve versus grabbing that slider in the Azure portal and just pushing it one to the right. Right? How much does it cost to just do that? So where was it? I had the Azure portal up here for a second, right? Let's grab that, and we'll take a look specifically at the C# in the cards website. Right, it's out there, it's running, it's doing its thing. And if I go to the app service plan for that, let me open that up. So, and there's a bunch of folks on the website right now, and you see that is Blazor running out there, Blazor server-side render, and it is handling hundreds of requests, and it's not even blinking. Right, it's doing just fine out there. I'm keeping an eye on my Twitter notifications. Here we go. Back over to Twitch. So, right there comes a point. If I need to scale this up for some reason, right? I'm right here on Basic 2, and it's costing me $24 a month to run it. For me to scale up and get 2 more processors and twice as much memory, it's going to cost me another $25 a month. If I'm in a scaling problem, is $25 less than the cost of my time to tune the performance? You betcha it is. I'm going to tune it up there. And even if I got further, I would even say, right, if I got to a performance squeeze, I could probably go all the way to a premium V3 with 4 processors, 16 gig of RAM, and I'd be just fine. TBD Gamer. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going there, friends? I'll give a few seconds for any of those advertisements to go by. Good morning. Yeah, I'm doing well. I pushed a new version of the C# in the cards website, published a new episode as well. I closed the page. There it is. And I included a little WebAssembly component on here so folks can reach out and see how the new Blazor runs and how you don't have that timer, that spinner while you wait for WebAssembly to render. It just works, right? I mean, even if I go and open it up in private browser mode, it loads down there and I can still page through it. And the WebAssembly is downloaded and available in the background now, so it loads really, really fast for me, and I can sort and page through. And as new episodes arrive, it'll just load this up with more content. I'm really happy with that. But it's loading, it's presenting out there, and right, the website's barely feeling anything. It's all cached aggressively in memory. It's small data. I like that. So when you can cache aggressively, you're going to be in great shape. It's when you need to scale to billions of folks and you see your growth of your application that you're going to refactor and decide there. Hey Raiders, thank you so much for joining us from TBD Gamer Stream. My name is Jeff Fritz. You probably know who I am. I'm a live streamer here on the Live Coder Stream team, and we're building this application, Tags app, that allows you to aggregate content from across several different social media services for when you're live streaming or you want to just see what's going on across a hashtag out there and pull data together. We finished implementing, you see it up here, we finished implementing a Blue Sky provider, but we've also got Twitch chat embedded, and I have somewhere else hiding here. There's the message from Cecil down there. We have Mastodon enabled. We're lighting up a Twitter provider right now. You have to pay to access Twitter and use that. That's okay. But for folks that do want to integrate with Twitter, paying $100 a month might be worth it for them, and they can work with that. So, hey there, Temp Dick. Yeah, I see it right there. There we go. And the emotes are coming through. So, yup. Thanks so much. Very kind of you. So, that's what we can do with this. So if I turn off some of these other providers, right, I can chop this down to just Twitch and Blue Sky. I can even go down to just Blue Sky, and we can see messages out there on Blue Sky. So if I turn them all off, it kind of wigs out. I don't know what to do. So let me turn them all back on. So the last one down here is for a queue that sends messages over Azure queues. Why is the UI laggy when hovering? There is... It's pausing down on the bottom there. And it unpauses. There's an await in there that's happening. And once again, that's a performance thing that we can clean up. For Twitter configuration, let me log this in. Twitch chat messages on the moderation page don't have @username. No, they don't. That was a decision that we made because the username on Twitch is the same as the screen name. The only difference is, right, capitalization. So there's no reason to include a username for those. Where do all emotes come through? I haven't gotten the animated emotes working. I mean, happy to take that as an issue. Fix animated emotes from Twitch. I'll label that as a bug. It's not a bad first issue if somebody wants to take a look at that. It'll take a little bit of interaction. Should it be removed from the waterfall page too? Yeah, it should. You're right. Waterfall massage. Right, so on the byline right here, there's a check in the moderation message. Hey, it's right there. For the author username. There you go. And you can see the Blue Sky one, because it's a different name, we can see that it appears properly there. We should remove it from the modal as well. It's, no, not model. Same thing, right? Not the author display name, the author username. Really? You're not gonna... Let's get the indents right there. And we'll click back in. There we go. Fantastic. Thank you, DGen1. Appreciate the point out there. Let me go back. I was building the Twitter configuration. We need to add a... So, there's an enabled and there's the default header stuff here. That's the same as what we have for... Which one of the other providers? It's exactly the same, not as Twitch, as Mastodon. So I'll literally copy Mastodon. And we'll do the update here. This is Twitter. I believe it's BI Twitter X. Open up the admin page. And I'll add... Yes, that's right. Oh, man, it's... Copilot is such a help sometimes. It's rebuilding. reload that. There we go. Providers. What do you mean you don't know what that is? Down here, we're going to need to... Actually, it's the same. Right? Base address timeout default headers. Timeout default headers use HTTP2. Yeah. I don't need to change anything else. There's Twitter. There it goes. You need to add headers. There's a key you need to add in order to make that work. Probably something we can make the Twitter provider a little bit smarter about. Hey, just pass me what that key is and we'll format it appropriately. And it does have the icon correct. I don't know if it's going to get it. I don't think it will. Yeah. It's had a hard time with this hat today.
Now we know.
There we go.
Knowing is half the battle.
Yeah. 1 second here. Stand by. Okay. Options text editor general line spacing increased to make code more readable. Yes. Yeah. My daughter's about to head out for a dentist appointment. Just making sure she's all right. Everything she needs. So I think the Twitter config UI is good. Okay. I have the last ones are the 2 YouTube user interfaces. These ones are going to be a pain in the neck. Particularly the YouTube live chat, which I want to rewrite. Because Twitter, the YouTube live chat, their API is awful. Not just awful, but you can't listen to their live chat. You just can't. They don't give you enough API tokens to do that. That's frustrating. So I'm going to rewrite it. Give me a second here, friends. I need to check on her, make sure that things are okay. I'm going to step away for just a minute, and I will return. Yeah, give me just a minute. I'll be right back. All right. She's out for the dentist. Good, good, good. How you doing there, chat room? Feeling good? We're updating the rest of this configuration. You know what? Part of me is going to hold back. Let me hold back on the 2 YouTube ones. Let me hold back on them. I'm going to push what we've got. Because I think there's a bit of a rewrite we need to do for those. Added UI and configuration for all providers. There is a library for the Azure Queue that I want to bring into this repository. Bring in and make it what's the word I'm looking for? Make it reusable from there. So you can bring it into your own project and just light it up and start using it. Come here. Add a configuration for the other providers. Skipping YouTube and YouTube chat for now. They are due for a rewrite update. I believe, and the way that I've seen other folks do it, they open a browser and listen to the live chat window. That's the way that I've seen folks do that. Is they'll use a screen scraping tool to listen to the content being pushed into that window and grab those entries. It's either that or they have an enterprise deal with YouTube to get significantly more API requests so that they're polling instead of you can't listen for content to be pushed. You have to poll with YouTube's API, which is not going to work for most bots. It's not. It's not feasible at all. So, we'll let this merge finish. Well, this test, right? And then we'll merge it and then move on to the next feature. So. I love folks that are arguing over whether something is ready to go for production or not. Aspire is not ready for production. It's just fine for you to tinker with and use in debug state. In developer, location here. Look at that finished building. But pushing out yeah, we're good there. Pushing things out to production with Aspire, it doesn't quite have the coverage they're looking for. There's more coming before they're ready to say that it's stable and it's RTM, it's production quality. Getting there. It's in pretty good shape for right now. So they're saying they what? Restream's complaining. I can't change any of the settings while I'm streaming. So, no, not going there right now. Okay, so that all built properly. Good. Yep, squash it, merge it, twist it, turn it. And we'll move on. And I want to build another user interface feature. You know? Git pull upstream main. And watch up top here as new features come in. It just kind of goes, I don't know what to do. And git branch feature other providers. Yes, see? Yeah. So cool. Animated emotes, in-memory config needs to be done. I think this works. Get the website rerunning here. And I think we can do that. I don't think we have this anymore. Let's go back over to the waterfall screen. Right? So it's saying, refresh. Lost our connection. Need some sort of a connection indicator, I think. So I open this one. And yeah, I can open the same message multiple times now. So I'm going to mark that as closed, as completed. Fixed with migration to Blazor. Yay! Yes, I will be on the .NET, so that's why, Steve, right there. Oh, where'd the message go? Yeah, it didn't get that message. Right, refresh. Did it capture it and just not push it through? There it is. Yep. This is one of the reasons why I'm pushing on TagZap features today. Tomorrow, I will be on the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. So we're going to do our regular stream first thing in the morning. We're going to do our regular chaos and building stuff together. But tomorrow, we're going to raid into the Visual Studio channel and raid into the Microsoft show. I'm going to be joining the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. And we're going to talk about TagZap and all the cool things that we've been able to do with that. So it's I'm looking forward to sharing that, but I want to get more features in here so that we can share with John Galloway, our friend and host, and be like, look at how awesome this is. Look at all the cool stuff you can do, and it's open source. Host it wherever you'd like. It's a container. Download, install it, mark it, and have a good time with it. Here we go. Yeah. Cool. So what do you say we work on this, the back of the card here that appears? What do you say we work on that user interface? There's a bunch of other features out here that are open source. It's an open source project. You can grab and contribute if you'd like. Pronoun indicators, that would be cool to be able to do. I'm not quite sure where we would grab them from, but something to figure out. Code formatted content. Show hide secrets with a copy reveal button. We just went through and did those configuration user interface things. Right, so if we go to right here, the Twitter config UI, right, there are let's not choose that one. Let's talk about Twitch chat config UI. That's not it. That's not the one I wanted. Twitch chat. That one. There is a client secret field here that is an input text. Maybe we make that into a password field, right? Is there a password? No, there is no password. Like, so how do we make that a password? So that it's a password style field, or that it is a text box, but the text is blurred and you can't see it. Why am I getting so many? Like, Discord is popping off over here. Where is it? I'm trying to turn on streamer mode in Discord on my other machine. There, streamer mode. Yes. There we go. So it doesn't do that. See, type isn't there because this isn't an input. This is an input text element. So there's a component there that I think we can build and just drop it into those couple of fields, and it'll start working and doing the cool things we need it to. But I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be. The card, and no, I'm nearly positive it doesn't. Where'd it go? Twitter? No, it was the Twitch chat. That's not what I typed in. Right. If we say type equals password there. Oh, it did work. Okay. Well, I can roll that in real quick for a couple of these fields. Default headers, I'm not going to be able to do it for, but the other API keys I can roll it in on. That's not too bad to do. Keys as... Let's just call it fix hide keys. Right. So client secret OAuth token. Yep, that one should be a password. Well, there you go. I learned something. You learn something new every day.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Anybody home? Hey, think McFly, think.
I should have. I didn't. That one's good. Let's look at the other. That's a connection string. That's going to be okay to hang out there. We're going to maybe we can make that easier. Wait, secret auth, base address, timeout. Yeah, the API key. No, I think the API key is like a client key, so we'll be okay there. Mastodon doesn't have it. That doesn't have it. That does have it, but it's not quite the same. It's in the default header, so I think we're good with those. So it's just Blazor and Twitch chat? Sure. Converted text boxes to password boxes. Doesn't have the copy button next to it, but that's okay. So 359 is what we're gonna fix here. Thank you. There we go. And away it goes. Let that build. So the other one, where was it? It's the back. This one, 251. I think this is a cool user interface to build. I think this is going to be a lot of fun to build. A background color selector, maybe upload an image, image position, repeat, back of cart text, and then a preview of it. Yeah. I think this is going to be fun to build. Let's start building that. I'm going to jump back over to main. Fix hide keys. Is this done? It says it is. Good. Do it. And we're going to work on that. Pull in the main. Push. And this is going to be feature back of modal. I've been wanting to build this since October when we did the when we put in the modal. Was it a bug when icons were showing for providers that you don't have config values? There's I think it's a logic bug. It needs it should be just the ones that are enabled. However, to get to the enable configuration, there's a method you have to jump through to get to it. So if you look at the messaging service, right, this runs through each of the social media providers. Each one of those, right, each one of these is a social media provider. And yeah, that is just a smidge large. There is no enabled property on here. There probably should be. And it knows if it's enabled, because all of them call get configuration at some point. My trepidation is if I go and put the enabled property on this, I got to riffle through all of the providers and add that property. I can do it. Let's do it. Fine. You're right. Go back over to main. Fix provider enabled. Right. So if I put enabled out here as a get property, not string. Well, that's right. So now I have to go through all the providers and update them appropriately with that. Now they all need to, at some point, get their configuration. So right here, it's past the configuration right there. Right, see, it fails. I don't want to make it init. I want to make it private set. It was right there. No. I think that's going to be the quick and dirty way to do this in all of these. Come here. Right, where did it put it? Down there. So here I am in the... I don't even need to add the private set, right? Because it'll just do that. Yeah. All right. Jump into the Blazor configure provider. It's right there. There's the configuration, right? There's enabled. Settings. There we go. Good. Good, good, good. I like it when I can update code easy. We just did Blue Sky. We'll put it in the Blue Sky provider. And where's the constructor? Where's the constructor? What? I don't have a constructor. Am I just missing this? It's sitting right. Okay, when it starts, it adds it. Yeah. Cool, got it. Okay, we did Mastodon already. Twitch chat. And inside there, it does it with settings. There's Twitch chat, Twitter. There's Twitter. Okay. Hello, hello. Dennis Gusto, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And this should be options. There we go. And YouTube chat. No, that's test. Do-do-do. There we go. So now I can go back to the moderation hub. Here. And when I say get available providers, P dot enabled. Hey, Jean Valjean. Hello. Restart that. How you doing there? That's coder 24601. Hello. I have an iProvider configuration interface. Could I add enabled to that? It's already in there. And that's what I just did. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Zultra Lord? Hello. I'm on kind of a marathon. All right, I'll put a project. Is on a coding day today because he is demoing Tags app on the ASP.NET community stand-up. GitHub, come. Fritz and Friends, Tags app. Tomorrow I'm on the ASP.NET community stand-up. There you go. And we're going to be talking about Tags app with our friend John Galloway. There we go. It is a little slow on that update. And yeah. But now, look, the only 3 providers that are enabled are the only 3 that are showing up. So that's what we wanted. Add all of those. Updated moderation UI to only show filter buttons for the enabled providers.
Johnny Cat just subscribed for 13 months.
Johnny!
Thank you for all the hard work you do.
Oh my gosh. No problem. Thank you for being here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And we'll put that into the mix. Cool. How you doing there, Johnny? 13 months with us, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Much appreciate the support. So we're going to do this. Configuration at the back of the modal window. Let me jump back over to main. Do I have everything? I haven't merged the other one yet. That's still building. But this is all being published as containers out there, so you can download and interact with it. A site more focused on .NET folks than DevTO. No, there isn't. There probably should be. There probably could be. Here we go. Built the unit test, building the client, and then it'll run the tests, and the tests are like 2-3 seconds. Error. Where? Where's the error? Oh, you know what? It might be in the tests. Because there's a stub provider in there. Jump back over to the other branch. Let's go to the Test Explorer. Are the warnings a concern, or do I ignore them like you? I mostly ignore them. At some point, I'll take a chore issue to go back and clean them up. Looking to get on another contract? Good luck to you. Good luck. That's... I'm waiting to see it throw errors here. Yeah, you can't build right now because it's running. Come on now. There it goes. Failed. Yeah. Try that again. There it is. Stub social media provider. Ta-da! I knew there was another one out there. Back to the unit tests. See that? Saving me from myself. Build succeeded. The web tests. I don't really want to run them. I don't want to run them. I've been keeping an eye on the Google Analytics for the C# and the Cards website. So, traffic's backed off significantly now. That's okay. There you go. Good. Stop. You don't need to do that. Fixed unit tests. Back up here. Really? Run it one more time. There we go. So, oh man. It's going to feel good when we get some of these features. I mean, we've already rolled in a whole bunch of features that we didn't have. Like, the update that we've done since, what was it, Thursday we were last together? Massive improvements that we put into the application. The containers are out there. Folks can download and run. So I'm happy about that. Look at that build go. So now I could use artifacts to put the save the built copy in between runs, so that when it does package for the container, it actually builds and it uses the one that was previously built. Yeah, there we go. So that works. Squash and merge. Go do it. And yeah, right. It took a minute 5. Minute 15 total. So I will not update, upstream. Ugh. I know. That's all ready to go. What did I call it? There it is. Back of modal. Cool. All right, here we go. Let's restart that. And it's not going to show it yet until this gets running. Give it a second. Come on, right there. There it is. So it's that. The back of that. We're going to fill that in. And, yeah. Yeah. So, let's do that. I have a... There we go. Let's use that browser. Okay. It's fine. So, I don't want to put it on this screen. I think I want to put another admin screen here. Because the configuration of this, right now it spins. I think there's opportunities for us to add other CSS animations there so that you can customize that modal for however you'd like. You know what I mean? Oh, is our friend Joystick Nick here? Is Joystick Nick here? Paging Joystick Nick. Paging Joystick Nick. He's big on all kinds of on-stream animations and things. I'd love to get a little bit of his feedback. But I'm going to add it as another admin screen in here to configure that. There's too many screens open. Close everything. Thank you. And there's... collapse everything here. I'm declaring open tab bankruptcy. Just close everything. Okay. I want a screen, right? So it's going to be an admin pages that's going to allow me to do that upload. Okay. So I'm going to add, sure, Razor component. Let's call this modal customization. Yeah, I think that works. Right? So I have a different layout for the admin pages. Like, my list of blocked users here is a good example of showing, hey, there's other features here. I don't need all of... Yeah, let's do that. So I only want administrators to be able to access this. If you're a moderator, you're not allowed to customize the way the website looks. And no. Let's call this sure, modal customization. Right? And I thought there was a layout. No. Yeah, layout. Admin layout. Let's bring in application configuration. We're probably going to need some JavaScript. Do I need? I don't think I need. Let's leave data annotations. Let's go to the admin layout. Let's add... Oh, come on. Wow. Somebody's got caps locked down. Admin nav menu. Yeah, give me one of those. And we'll go over here to that. Put the caps on it. Fine, give me the user. Okay. So now what? I want you to be able to specify a background color, maybe font text color. Yeah. And be able to make that appear as well as the background image position if there is a background image. And then the back of card, the text to make appear. This is going to be fun. I'm already liking where this is going. Let's go modal customization. Let's also go to right, it's like waterfall modal.razor. Yeah. We need the application configuration coming into this. And there's a back of the card. This is the back of the card. Why don't we see that? Here's where it's doing the flip. Where it spins it around, it does the animation. I'm going to pull this. Let's do animation. Async task do animation. Was that? That wasn't it. So that still works. Logging message we can get rid of. But there's style that needs to go with this that we probably want to put in there now for the purposes of this test, right? And building this. We should await that. But even then, I'm going to comment it out. So that we just see the back of the card. Where is the text? This is the back of the card. I'm going to put you on the right of the screen. Right here above me. Refresh. What is that? No. Looks like a bad hot reload. We'll patch and reload. Here we go. Yes. So there it is reloading. No, still got an error coming through. Got a couple errors. Cannot find a value for property application configuration. Really? You're right. Because this is a server-side concern. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This is one of those areas where I'm jumping from server-side to client-side, and I'm going to be passing configuration to it. Okay. So this waterfall modal, right? It's on the waterfall page. Right there. And it's passed in the content that it's going to be presenting. The waterfall page is... We might be able to sneak out of this. Here... Could I pass the app config in there? I know I can pass it in as a parameter. Can I pass that as a cascading parameter? Let's try it. Cascading value. App config value equals so now in waterfall modal, instead of injecting that, close. Might get it, it might not. Doesn't rebuild. Let's double check this. I think we've got it though. This is an area where our friend Carl Franklin ran into an issue. Passing this type of stateful object between components. Waterfall modal line 18. What? It shouldn't even be trying to render this yet if content is null. No, not container. refresh the page. Wow. Is it missing the question mark on 19? That is 121 now. It's fav icon, I don't care. Okay. I think we're okay with that. Continuing. So I want to see where that text is. Close the console. Yeah, where's that? Well, display none. There it is. Not Felks. Okay. But you're right, Steve. Thank you. This. Wait a minute. I can generate that. I can generate that and put that style at the top of the waterfall layout. Because I think that's the only place this is used. Waterfall modal, site CSS. Yeah. Let's generate. I don't even need. I did all that stuff to pass through. I can generate that style and put it on this page. Yeah. Right? There I went with Felks again. So I don't need that. I don't need that. Rebuild that. Still building. Mr. XQ asks, from my experience, do I think solving problems on websites like LeetCode has any benefits? Sure, it has benefits. Did it not grab that message? Did we miss it? I must have missed it. You wonder if Fluxer has adjusted to the new Blazor ways? Don't know. Do I think solving problems on LeetCode has benefits? Yes. Practice always helps everybody. Everybody can benefit from practice. From an interview perspective, there's something to be said for you're tainting the interview because there are folks who aren't good at tests. However, I'm a believer in letting you go and write code. You go and figure out, and you share with me your leak code solution. Write that whenever you want up to the day of the interview. The day of the interview, bring your code and explain it to me. You can generate code, you can look code up somewhere, explain it to me how you solve the problem. It's one thing to solve the problem, but it's knowing why you solve the problem that I want in my developers. I hope that makes sense. Why does my head feel crooked? Yeah, there we go. So, okay. That's not... Modal back content, it doesn't have... I'm on the waterfall page here. It should be in the head. Style, waterfall header. Yep, modal back content. Display flex, align item center. It didn't pick up that CSS, even though it's in the style block. Up. Where'd it go? What if I do it like that? Ah, there we go. That's better. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah, explain it so we know whether to think you know what you're doing. Exactly. Like, more than knowing how to code, I want you to know what it is that's happening. I don't need to know at a low level, well, here it's setting the memory and doing this with the processor. No, tell me what it's doing. How you tell me what it's doing tells me many things. Tells me how you communicate with other developers on the team. Tells me that you know how that piece of code functions. It tells me how you communicate with folks who aren't engineers and interacting with that. I'm learning very quickly a lot about you by asking you to explain a block of code. So, okay, so if I want to allow you to configure what that text is, oh, I do still need... Wait. Haha. What if I did... What if we did... Right, went up here and said, content. This is the John. Is it text dash content? Is that what I'm thinking? Why didn't it put it in there? No. CSS content rule. It has it in single quotes. No. It's doing it with a before tag. Go in here. Modal, back content. There we go. Oh, look at that. All right. So I have ways to pass that value all the way through and to generate some of this content directly. This is going to be fun. Okay. So modal customization. Right? Bring up the other UI customization dialog. Why didn't it find it? Whatever. That's interesting. That's never going to work. That's never going to work. Let's see. Let's start with something simple. Do I need to put a title on this page? No, on the side it should say, where'd it go? This one? Thank you. In here, what do you mean not found? Yeah, hot reload succeeded my foot. Let's do something like this, like that. You know what? This is a different entry in the configuration. Let's create our own class called modal configuration. Because we're going to store other values in here. Caption. Hey, Fuel Snable. Not body. I think... No, we're going to do... private modal configuration. Start it with that. However, oh, come on. Caption. I don't know what I changed in there. Yeah, I do. Text on back of card. I thought I made it. Right. So don't need that page at all. Let's move you to another file. Okay, and config equals modal configuration load from configuration. Yeah. That should be returning one of these. One of those. There we go. So it knows how to load itself from configuration. Right? Which is a modal configuration. That should clear out in just a second. And then I should be able to get that caption. So now over here... Yeah. Watch this. Where's it loading application configuration? Adds it as a singleton right there. Going to do the same thing with modal. And now so, oh, this is going to be so good. Watch this. This is going to be at modal config caption, and we are going to replace, oh boy, I need two of those. Hey there, Code with
Code
Sean.
with C and just resubscribed for 44 months. Hello, sir.
Hello. Oh boy. Can we just do this with replace one of those? No. I think that's what I need to do. And if we set caption to start with, this isn't your father's pop-up. Well, that didn't work. Back to the waterfall. Right. Reload. Nope. Didn't pick it up yet. Didn't restart for some reason. How's it going there, Koba Sean? 44 months! Whew! Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Task model configuration to model configuration. That needs to be awaited, which means that needs to be a sync. And that gets awaited as well. Yeah, I know. I know it did. There it goes. Building. Come on now. Yeah. There's the content looking at the style that we generated. Yes. No. All right. Why didn't that work? Right, it's who dat? Chrissy Codes. Hello. Markdown string, right? Markdown, mark up string. Mark the string? What? Why don't you like that? Let me greet our rating friends here. Yeah, markup string. That should totally work. Why not? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Jeff Fritz. It's good to see you. Thank you for the raid, Chrissy Codes. How are you doing? Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jeff Fritz. How you doing there? I'm a live coder. Also works at Microsoft, and we're building TagsApp. This is an application that we've written that's open source. You can find a link right at the top of chat there. This is an open source application built with Blazor and C#, a whole bunch of CSS and JavaScript to allow you to aggregate content from across various social media services. And use that maybe on a stream, maybe do a little research with it. Thank you so much, Raiders. I see the emotes coming through. Hello. No, I do not know Chrissy. Her name is Chrissy and she codes? All right. Good to know. Faffin a Boot sent you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Faffin. Faffin? Faffin Boot. Or should I call you Faffin? Should you call you a boot? Yes, I do. I'm an open source developer that works for the big bad Crash Systems. Let me head back over to the welcome page. Greet our friends properly here. None of these daywalkers know you. Doing coding challenges and you stream at night. Okay, I'm primarily a day streamer. So, you're blue now too? Why are you blue? Well, everybody is, because this is actually a merge of YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube right now and Twitch. So we can get messages from our viewers that are hanging out over there on YouTube. Just a couple folks that are over there, and that's okay. I appreciate it and whatnot. We have entirely opposing schedules. Hey, that's cool. Building a small app. Oh, what are you building? What kind of an app are you building? I think I was missing an extra parentheses here on that. There we go. That's what I was missing. And I'll let that rebuild while we're still chatting over here. So, building a prioritizing app to trick your ADHD into finishing to-do lists. Totally on board with that. I don't like to-do lists also. I get wrapped up there as well. Blue for those who YouTube and drive. Nothing wrong with listening while you're driving, and that's one of the reasons why I'm quite descriptive when I share content, that when I talk about what we're building. Make an ADHD 8-ball. That's something. That's something. There you go. There's our moderation screen. And I've got to figure out there's such a delay in that mouse over. So, who dat? That's very much a New Orleans thing. Who dat? That's very much a New Orleans thing. Yeah. Crash Systems is working on a BMC to let them add enterprise-level IPMI features to otherwise standard motherboards. Oh, that sounds very cool. Am I from New Orleans? No. But I can appreciate and support folks who are from there. So, all right. Well, thank you. Let me bring up the screen here. Appreciate the new follows. I'll head back over to the code. And there it is. Oh my gosh. Zion Bear, Batch File, G1 Crazy, and Chrissy Codes. Thank you so much for the follow. It's about to pop up. It's the next alarm. There it is. Thank you so much for the follow. You're from the jungle and you also say who dat? Thank you. And I just refreshed the code after I just changed this. I was missing an extra parentheses on this, and there you go. Whatever the text is that we have keyed into that box now does pop up and flow through here. So, I can certainly change that. And it'll flow all the way through with the hot reload. And it should update that appropriately, right? With the hot reload? It says hot reload change succeeded. Do I have to refresh the screen? Because it's in the header. Had to trigger the bomber? Absolutely, go for it. No, that didn't hot reload. That didn't hot reload. There you go. Soul to do. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Got a raid and run. Have a great one, Chrissy. Thank you so much for bringing your friends to join us over here. Much appreciate the raid. Why didn't that reload? Like, it's still building, that's why. So, there you go. Gmax Zardchar. Hello? Is this server or WASM? Both. And that makes it even more fun. Right? And it should hot reload all the way down through and update that. Dark Paladin, thank you so much for the follow. C# is foreign to you? Not a problem. Happy to share and show you a little bit of how this works. It's supposed to hot reload and get that new string loaded there. No. I couldn't be so lucky. Will it automatically patch and refresh? We'll see. C# and Java, you just don't run into much in Linux land. You're going to start to see it more now that C# is... a lot of folks who program with C#, this application actually runs on Linux. So, yeah, we like that a lot. So, runs in a container, builds and delivers and deploys in a container for anybody to use. And since I built it with Blazor, we can also put it into a native application as well. You mostly use C++, C++, Perl, PHP, Python, various SQLs. Hey, that's cool. Very cool stack that you're working with there. I'm a .NET developer, and we're going to share and make it a little bit more consumable for folks to appreciate what goes on in .NET. I'm going to allow that. We do have this channel tries to be very safe for work, so we have a very tight content policy on chat. You made a last time you used C# was learning WPF. Super interesting, pretty nice to use, to be honest. Made a batch .ass to .srt subtitle converter. Yeah. Oh, I definitely understand. So hot reload is hit or miss sometimes. Yep. You're the guy buried in the back room of a data center no one wants to talk to because he's grumpy. So I think I've got that right, that modal, right, text on back of card. Right, I can reload, and yeah, that was the right content. So make that wider, you know. Can we make that wider? There we go. But I also want to have like background color, foreground color, generate some of those. Did I come up with the design for the site? Can you tell? Can you tell, Psi Gamma? Yeah, I did. Hey, Clay32, check out the link up at the top of chat. This is TagsApp. It's an open source application we've been building to make it easier to aggregate content across multiple providers. So I can actually see content coming through from Twitch chat right now, but I can also see when people mention .NET on Blue Sky and on Mastodon. I can turn off my Twitch filter and I could see things going on Mastodon. If folks mention .NET on Blue Sky, it'll pick up those messages as well. Web dev versus AI engineering, career advice for fresher. There's always going to be a need for web developers. The web isn't going anywhere. AI engineering, there's a demand for it. However, if you don't... The demand for AI, folks, is for folks who have the artificial intelligence background, not somebody who's learned how to write prompts to use ChatGPT. There isn't demand for that yet. But folks who know how to configure and build your own artificial intelligence models, that's what they're looking for help with. I think there's a future in that based on the current product direction. However, if you don't know that by now, you're too late for that type of stuff. Folks are pivoting and learning how to use the models and things that are being delivered. That's a good thing. Everybody's going to need to learn that, just like you needed to learn how to work with database. You're going to need to learn how to work with it. That said, I think there's a lot of growing that the entire tech community has to do. Mixel says, I'm currently working as a JavaScript developer, but I'm interested in learning more about .NET. Can I tell you if pursuing a .NET development would be a good career move? Let me put Twitch back up here. Right here. From Mixel. I'll put that one up. You do need a special. You're learning UI right now? Yeah. I did come up with the design. You're going to wait for AI Brothers to go to the moot? Yeah. So let me go to this question. I turned off the flip. Hang on. Let me turn the modal. I'm working on the back of the modal right now. There it is. Currently working as a JavaScript developer, interested in learning more. Would it be a good career move? You're going to find .NET is used commonly in enterprise scale organizations and governments because of the very complete support system that's behind it. Support that you get from Microsoft, support you get from the community. You're going to see it commonly in those types of ecosystems. Startups are finding their way into .NET. They're starting to see the light, and that it doesn't cost you a lot to run .NET. You get benefits because you can build and run .NET everywhere. The startup ecosystem is finding it and is coming over. That said, the startup ecosystem still wants to spend $5,000 per developer to get a MacBook laptop. When you can get away with a $1,000 laptop for each .NET developer, and they'll be very productive. So if you're interested in going into more enterprise, sure. If you're interested in building with Unity and Godot to build games, you want to put games on PlayStation, Xbox, so on and so forth, yes, learn about .NET. The folks that build with Unity and Godot love it. So check it out. I think there's a lot of opportunities there with those tool sets. Large enterprises sometimes have a very involved vendor approval process due to regulations. Yes, getting everything from one vendor like Microsoft or from vendors in the ecosystem, basically having somebody that they can file a lawsuit against is what large enterprises are looking for. Be a startup till the day you sell. I don't know about that. I've been in. I work for the largest company in the world right now, highest value company in the world, Microsoft. I've been in large enterprises at pharmaceutical companies. I've been in smaller financial companies. I've been in startups. There's all kinds of different folks in different ways that they interact with the ecosystems. Large dev environments can be pretty stifling for smaller projects. No. Depends on the company. Yeah. Raj is a full stack developer with Angular and .NET Core, 1 year experience. Got a job as a Blazor.NET developer, but knew nothing about Blazor. It's coming. There's more folks that are on Blazor that are doing some amazing stuff with it. Check it out. Yeah. It's interesting. Godot is someone talked about. Yes. Because Unity stepped in it. Unity made decisions that upset their ecosystem. Rightfully so, they were making those decisions because they were running out of money. They need to go back and revisit that. And they need to find and work on their pricing strategy because they need to get paid. The Unity folks do. Yeah. John, is it Riccatello or Riccatello? Yeah. Managing a software company is as much managing the ecosystem and community with it as it is managing the product. So, I'll go to that question from Batch File. Sure, we'll talk about that. I don't mind taking a pause and talking about that. Clean architecture versus onion architecture. Why not a little bit of both? There's places for both. In a large distributed application like TagsApp is going to become, there's going to be places where I want onion architecture for the web front end. There's places I want clean architecture for some microservices that are managing and delivering the content that are being loaded and managed inside of this. They have their pluses and minuses. I do like onion architecture a little bit more. There's folks that are going to come through and say CQRS for everything, and they're entitled to that. And there's places where it does make sense, but CQRS it introduces a ton of complexity. Be aware of that. Be careful with that. What about dark chocolate? So I think there's places for both of these. I think in a smaller application, when you're just trying to get something run fast, go with clean architecture. You're trying to build something that's going to last, and you want to be able to withstand changes, inevitable changes that are going to come in an enterprise environment. Go with onion architecture. But there's places that you can go through and manage that and do well. Wow, lots of good questions coming in. C# is kind of amazing for game and web dev, but for cross-platform GUIs, I'd rather pick something else. That's fair. That's fair. You hate Mediator? Well, I don't blame you on that. Pause. Pause the thing. What's my take on Windows and the future with ARM? Owl server on ARM? A lot of folks really like ARM. Low power processor and capabilities with the ARM architecture. Windows Server is definitely looking to support that. It means they can stack more Windows servers in a cloud data center. Makes sense to go after that. Don't count Intel out. Don't count Intel out. Intel's been around this ecosystem for decades. They'll get back and be competing. I work with cross-platform GUIs using .NET, and it's great. Cross-platform GUIs inside of a web application, yes. Cross-platform across Windows and Mac, iOS and Android, tricky. It's doable. Tricky, not trivial to work with. Any tips for Blazor? Starting with Blazor. Get your web development knowledge down. I'm actually writing the workshop for teaching folks about Blazor. With Blazor with .NET 8, try to do as much static server rendered as possible. And then branch out to WebAssembly, interactive WebAssembly when needed. And you're going to have an amazing experience with it. What am I using to get the comments on Twitch? Does Twitch have an API for that? Yes, they do. Check out dev.twitch.tv. You can sign up and get access to it. There's an IRC bot is what I'm basically listening to. NVIDIA does need some competition. Mediator is a library that facilitates CQRS architecture. You love your M3, performance to battery life is amazing, but Docker isn't running much on it. Right. And this goes back to, we had a discussion earlier about this. Apple willingly and knowingly breaks their ecosystem all the time by changing architecture, changing the operating system, and not notifying anybody. Oh, sorry, those things don't work anymore. Do you see anybody programming with Objective-C anymore? They completely rewrote the Swift programming language between version 1 and version 2. and broke everybody. Like, Apple is outwardly hostile towards developers. There's no other way to look at it. Be aware. So, yeah, you've got great hardware. You've got great stuff that comes from Apple. Everybody else, the third-party providers, not so much. So, most businesses use Windows, so using it is very sensible. I develop on Linux, and you couldn't get Visual Studio to work. So, coming up in March. March is a theme month here on stream on this channel. We call it Minimal March, and we're going to be developing with .NET at the command line on Linux, on Windows, on a Raspberry Pi, and showing just how easy it is to be productive in those different places. We're probably even going to program a little bit on a Chromebook, connecting in and using code spaces, which is kind of right. I mean, we'll be working in Visual Studio Code in a browser on a Chromebook, but showing that you don't need a lot to get in and be a .NET developer. Visual Studio Code on Linux is really good. Why didn't it? There it goes. And now it rejected it. Any open source repository for contributing for beginners? Don't know. No, Sean, I will not be in Redmond for that event. Nope. Quite frankly, ran out of time. Other family plans came up before the decision was made to send people or not, and I got committed to something else. Rider is nice on a MacBook. It is a paid application. There are ways to get free versions of it. Rider is a commercial application. You recently bought an RX 7800 GP. Problems with Radeon. But in the past, but not these days. Cool. All right. Moving on. I'm working on this little flip that happens there. So I have a screen here, text to put on the back of the card. Let's put a save button on this screen so we can slowly add features and get it to light up. I completely forget what my UI customization customization.resor, that page. I had a save button on the bottom here. I'll put a save button on the bottom there. And we need a save changes. Don't mind if I do. How you doing there, Raj? Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate the chatting we've been having here in 1 second. Right? Save configure? Right? What doesn't it like? Huh? That should have worked. That should totally work. Object reference, though. Yeah. I thought save configuration. Fine. Boom. I like them apples. Hot reload succeeded. Did it, though? Did hot reload succeed? Save changes. Back over to waterfall display. Refresh. That didn't work. Didn't work. I'm going to turn off the animation again. Yeah, I know you say you hot reloaded. Batch file says .NET is constantly evolving. I have difficulty keeping up with releases and innovations. You don't have there. Who was it who said? Steve says you don't need to use all the latest language functions. True. You don't have to learn everything right away. Take your time. New features are typically not that complex to learn for the language. Fact of the matter is, .NET with a fixed release of every November means you can plan and you can schedule when you want to learn the new stuff because you know when it's coming. If you go with other programming languages and frameworks and packages, you may run into scenarios. Oh my gosh, we got a raid coming in. You may run into scenarios where that's changing even more constantly, and you need to keep up and watch those because of the patch schedule of those things. Tim Bodette with the raid. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Jeff Fritz. We're working on a project called TagsApp. And that says that worked. We're building this screen where we can integrate content from all different social media providers, including Twitch, Blue Sky. There's some Mastodon here a little bit. There you go. There's some Mastodon there. What are you doing over there on your channel? Tim, let me know. Welcome in. Yeah, here come the turtles. Hello, hello. Great to see you. So thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you bringing your friends over to join us here. I'm doing a little bit of configuration for the back of this pop-up window right now. So if I change that, save. Now it's not going to automatically push an update in there. You need to reload. That's a configuration thing. So nope, didn't pick it up. Ah, rats. All right, hang on. So save configuration. Is it actually getting here? Is it? I'm binding there, but is it actually getting that value into it? Config. Right. So that says hot reload succeeded. So I will be able to see the interaction over there. Right. This is a test. Yeah. So that should have updated because I'm not taking the injected version. Oh, prototyping a new game. Ooh, what type of game are you building? Like, I'm assuming Tim loves racing games. Is it some type of racing game that you're building, or is it something else? Movement code. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Do I need... So, this is interactive server. So can I inject modal configuration? Do that. And then I don't need to do this, nor that. Because it's right there. Yep, rebuild. It is a racing game. The player is a snail and has a fun slingshot move to go zooming. Oh, all right. I love the ideas and the variants, the take you have on racing games. Cool stuff. Very much thinking outside the box. All right, so that did save changes, right? So now it reloads. But because I'm... Right, I'll reload that. Is this working? Okay, it updated the caption. So I'll refresh so that it reloads. And there it goes. I don't want to push it in necessarily because it's a configuration thing. It's not something that we need to go and push. Like, I think there's an expectation that you're going to go through and do all of your configuration and then go update it over there. So Would be nice to have a little preview over here, wouldn't it? Here's what it looks like. What if we do div class equals row? Right? Div. That's not a div. Class equals call MD 6. 6 is good. Then I can do down here. I can do another one. Preview goes here. Yeah. Right? So, what if I did... Right, so this pops up, right? That is a modal back content. Right? But it's wrapped in one of these. Is that the one with the curved corners? I don't know. Let's copy it. Oh, heck. Right? That didn't work. That I broke it. I broke it. Right over here. Yeah. It should be in a modal body. That's the front. I don't need to show modal front. Don't know what that is. Okay, there's nothing in there. Let's make the height 200 pixels. Width 200 pixels. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. And see, it's positioned over things. Position absolute. Relative. The modal back. No. No. That's okay. Is it that one? So where's the element? No, not auto. Yeah, it's still positioned funny. Because it's going to overlap all that other stuff over there. Can we say width like 50%? What happens with that? That's a little bit better. Something like that. No. CSS, always a challenge, right? Where'd it go? Let's say min height. No. It's like the hot reload is stuck. And I'm going to need a color selector. A color picker. What are you doing? Stop it. Where's it picking up that calculated? Where are you coming from? No. It's not picking that up. Right? Even if I bring it down in there. Ew. What happens if I take that off then? Why is it so far down here now? take that. That works. And I want to go back over here. I feel like I got an idea. Let's put a property on here. JSON ignore. Public string CSS rules. Right? Oh, this is going to be so good. So good. Why did you paste twice? I'm going to put a big old $sign up there. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And now I can do that. I can just reference caption. Markup string, I think. No, we don't need it. Because this is just strings here. And when it's written, right, modal config CSS rules. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. So on the waterfall page, refresh it just to make sure. Right, there's the style. Yeah, rebuild. The heck? Ooh. There we go. No. Now. That worked for me before. There we go. Cool. Now it's coming out of that CSS configuration is coming out of my modal config. Oh, yeah. So I can put it also on this page, right? So here I am on modal modal customization, right? I can do that. And what I can do instead is this. Yes! That didn't regenerate that. That should be instantly updating. Okay. It's binding, so it let's right, bind event. Right? Bind value event. I forget how to do this. But it's a good thing to remember and go back to. Avoid event handlers, no. I want to trigger the event handler. Bind event on input. No. Input at bind event. No. No. I got it before it built it. What did we break? String contains an invalid character. That's not good. I'm putting it on the button. Why isn't it changing on that? Is it because it doesn't see that value on the other side of the screen? No. This is interactive server. Hey, Godfiend, welcome. Yep, there's a link to the project over there, and we're putting together right now kind of a configuration for the back of these cards. So as you key in and we want to navigate and go to something, there's what the back of the card looks like. But it's not reloading over here. What if I just put the style bear there? Right? Like, there we go. So if we do bind event equal, no. Get rid of that. Yeah. You know what to tell people when they ask if it's not. Blazor's built on HTML standards. Done. Blazor works in the browser on the server. So if you don't want to run it in the browser, run it on the server. Okay. Next feature, I want to be able to choose the colors. Blazor color picker. Find me a color picker. What's this? I also saw there was a Radzen one out there. Fancy. Can I download just the color picker, or do I need to bring the whole package? Are open source, free for commercial use. You can install them from NuGet, build your own copy. Paid support is available. Nah, don't like that one. Let's put down the Rad's End ones. Rad's End Blazor. Import it, include a theme, blah, 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 blah. Yep. And I'm only going to run them on the server. I'm not going to run them in WebAssembly. Yep, for a color picker. Add using Radzen and using Radzen Blazor. Okay. And back over to here. Font color on the back of the card. Background color of the back of the card. And I want to return colors for those. Foreground, let's call it font color. Yep, background color. And sure. Yes. Oh man. Are you kidding? We haven't even put the component on yet. Right, they're pointing to the wrong things. But if I click onto this, right? Modal back content. Didn't pick up the colors yet. Let's see. I think I'm going to wrap up in a little bit here. Get done this component. Get some lunch. Because, you know, lunch. Where is it pulling that from? Step away. Come back. Why isn't it? Modal back content right there. It didn't. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Here. Right? And that doesn't exist. Yeah, to HTML. Hey, Wizand, that is C# raw string literals. Give me a second here. I'll show you. Don't I need color converter, color translator to HTML? Yeah, that's what I needed. Yeah, that's right. Okay. There it is. Okay. So let's start to have some fun here with the UI. So, so what you can do is instead of putting strings in just single quotes and then having to do various escape things, you can use triple quotes to define something and have it force all the tabs and spaces and layout carriage returns into the text that you specify. This way becomes much more easier for us to read as humans, and by putting the $sign in the front, I can do the string interpolation. Because I'm emitting CSS, I can't use standard curly brace for the string interpolation to change over to C# code in the middle of my string. So I put an extra $sign that says, well, escape the curly brace and you need 2 curly braces to use that. I've got more on this topic on the C# in the Cards website. I think it's lesson 5. Talks about strings and raw string literals. If you want to go in and tinker more about that, or you want to impress, right? You want to impress your colleagues. There it is, formatting and interpreting strings, episode 5. And I talk about, well, here's ways that you escape strings, but then here's raw string literals and how they work. Okay. So it works really great with XML or JSON. So it's a nice feature. I even have this available as a notebook that you can navigate to in Binder and play with in the browser. This will take a second or two to boot up. But then you'll be able to tinker with it. So that's lesson 5 of C# in the Cards. You can see how to do that and tinker with it. You can even download the notebook if you want to run it locally in VS Code. So, all right, I wanted to add color pickers next to these colors in place of those colors, right? So that's fine. Here. You're welcome, Wizant. Happy to help you out. Thank you for the follow. Tell your friends, tell your families, tell your pets. Go check out C# in the Cards. It's a playlist on YouTube you can subscribe to, and it'll tell you when there's new episodes that come out. We just released an episode last night about working with arrays and showing how to shuffle cards using an array in C#. So we teach the Fisher-Yates algorithm with that. What was it with the radzen component? I want to use that to I brought those in. I need to include a theme. Give me the standard. I do have Bootstrap, so go to app.resor. Yep, that's fine, that one. There we go. All right. Here. So this is going to be font color, and I'll copy that. I think it's going to be, and I'll call this back color. So forms, color picker. Show me the sample code. Checkbox, checkbox, column. That's a lot of SVG. Reds and color picker. Wha-bam! Sure, we'll start with this one. Config, background color. Don't show those. Don't show the sliders. Show colors, yes. Show button, sure. On background change. Async task on background change. I'm going to take in some sort of arguments with that. Right. On change string value. Okay. So can I say config? No. Config background color equals color translator. Give me my using statement for that. Thank you. No. From HTML. Value. Is that going to work? Let's find out. Here it goes, building. Here it goes. Broke it. Can I convert system drawing color to string? Line 24. Right there. Fine. String background color as string. What if we do that? Building. Yeah. Come on, get it.
60% of the time, it works every time.
What'd you do?
I broke it. It wants to be able to set it from there. Darn it. All right, fine. Fine. How about that? I'll just let Copilot write it for me. Ugh. Automated compiler telling me it's wrong. Yeah, well, Copilot tells you it's right. is everything white? What happened? And it doesn't work. Could not find Radzin on pop-up. Okay. Radzen took over the look and feel of the application, and I do not like that. And it feels like there's something else missing. Thank you. And yeah, see, that doesn't. There it is. Yeah. What happens if we take the material version? That didn't work. It's bringing back RGB. Yeah, look. It's bringing back RGB numbers. Not terrible. Oh, man. Really? Actually, I could do... I thought trim start took a string. Takes a character or a collection of characters. Fine. Why do you keep... I don't know where value keeps coming from, but I don't like it. Can I do new color? No. Color dot from ARGB. Red, green, blue. RGB 0. Oh, come on. It's going to want int parse, isn't it? You son of a... No, wait. Oh my gosh, an Anonymous with a gift
Anonymous
sub.
gifted Chash a subscription. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Chash.
Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Let's just do it like this. Int parse R. So now to array. That was a heck of a lot of code. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate the gift. Chronic asks, do I use SCSS? Do I use SAS or anything with my Blazor projects? I have used SAS in the past. I don't need to. So, I could, but I'm not. Refresh the page. All right, pull that down. Choose a color for the background. Okay. RGB 237. Did it? It didn't rebuild. It broke. It broke. Rebuild. Let's be extra clear here. On background, change. Where'd it go? There's the error. Rebuild it. Something's not. Input type color. You know what? That's not bad. It's kind of, right? It's... Yeah. Let's just do that. The Rad's End stuff was feeling heavy, too. Like, you could see it taking a long time to render stuff. And it's a big library. I'm not gonna lie. So what do we get when we bind on that? Right? Like... Yeah, I know. Rad's End... Oh, because there's an... It's in the imports. That one. Right. It's set it to black. If I change it to red... what did it do? Set it to blue. No. just to make sure. Come on. Ugly. But it didn't pick up the color over here. And it's also not respecting the rounded corners. We'll get to that. Input type color. It did not bind a value. Said hot reload succeeded. I don't see a new value there. Blazor, bind value, input type, color. It does an input radio group to get the color options. Closed. Input type color. And what's color value? Okay, it picked up the name, but it still didn't output the value there. Mm-mm. No, you need the @ sign up front so that it knows that that's a C# thing. Yeah. It knows that that's C# code right there. And if I make it bind value, it's lowercase v in value. Let's see what happens. I'm hopeful. No, there's something there. No. Well, that's not right. That might be why it rejected it, because it wants a hex. C# color convert to hex. No. I thought it was the C#. I thought it was color converter. What? No. Color from hex, really? Developers. Hey there, Crash Systems. Hello. Convert from string. Yeah. What? I thought I could... Are you kidding? What the heck is... Damn it! Color translator from HTML. There it is. Yeah! Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Hey, Space Cat. Hello. Good to see you. We are... let me put on the font color. And we are customizing... we are customizing the look and feel of the what's it called? The pop-up window. So this is going to be font color. And back over here. And we'll change this to font color. So now I can change that to line. Save changes. Back over to here. Refresh, because we haven't refreshed this page in forever. Yo. Dave Cutler's done a few recent interview videos about his time at Microsoft working on kernels. You'll hope he'll show up on Twitch doing a super basic kernel. Ooh. I don't know. Yep, I am still at it. How you doing there, Alu? Hello. And all right, so that loaded. So now I can bring up one of these, and it didn't pick up the color that we set. Why didn't? What? Why are they black? Color, name font color. It set the value of 6 zeros. Is it because it passed RGB color? Let's take a look at the debugger. See. Let's see. Hey, Fretja. Yeah, I want it to end up in the CSS hash color. Resting up after last night. What was last night? Modal customization right here. This little doodad. No, make the font color, make it yellow. Make the background color some blue over here. Now, first off, oh, it didn't refresh because it hit the breakpoints. The value passed in, yeah. Is that hash? So font color is, yeah, that's a color. Yeah. So that works. Refresh the page, that works. Go over to the waterfall. Yeah, there we go. Now, it's not obeying the rounded corners yet. I need to fix that. So let's come back over here. And it's the background color on... I love working with the colors. Right? I think it's... Is it on modal back? So...
And then?
No and then. And then we will test it. Yeah! Yeah! I'm not gonna make that purple. Right, make it like a dark purple. Clear my breakpoints. I hit my breakpoints. There it goes. Change that. Let's make that like a gray. Save those changes. Back over to the waterfall page. Refresh, because configuration, like we mentioned, I'm kind of setting an expectation. It's not going to just update right away. And there it is. Can I put a carriage return in there? No. We should make that carriage returnable. Right? Yeah. So let's do that. Let's do that also. Here. If we make that a text area, something like that. Did it do the thing? Uh-oh. I've got too many Firefoxes open. Close that one. Close that one. That one too. Yeah, you, and that. I'll leave that one for now. There it is. Make it a little bit taller. Oh, I'm on... This one's hot reload. Whatever. So, if I put carriage returns in here... Right, now it's kind of like, what do I do? Let's take a look at what it put out over here. What did it output? Over here? Yeah, it doesn't know what to do with the carriage. Let's take a look at what it... It does have the carriage returns in it, but it doesn't know what to do with them. Okay. I think we want to turn those into breaks. You wish you could use your channel points? Give me some ideas. Let me know. I'm game to... Yeah, they are all a bit trolly. All the channel point redemptions. Let me see here. Let me go... Here. Let's also do a replace. And we're going to replace \n. Yeah. With a BR. Hit that hot reload. Let's see what it gets. Yeah, 6+ hours. That's right. We've been going since 8 this morning, Eastern time. I do need to wrap up. I do. And I'd be okay with parking this for right now. You know? Well, we're good. All right, admin, modal customization, eat broke. What happened? We have this working. What did it just output for the colors? How did it reset to black? Have I considered using the Reds in Blazor Studio? No. Oh yeah, I've been. Oh yes, there's lots of commits. Oh yes. but it's like that style wasn't picked up at all. Right, modal back content, color, and yeah. Turn that off. Right, and that background color is broken. Still nothing. It's like what it loaded, it didn't like. Which... What if I just made them strings? No reason to... Right? And then I can just grab them directly. Right? Yeah. So then back over here. And this doesn't exist anymore. (26 and 35) on modal configuration. What do we got? Modal configuration CS. Yeah, doing the color conversion. Don't need to do that now. Because they are just strings. Weird issue. Turns out if you URL encode a route in Blazor, IIS will crash. Oh. What was the main reason for me to choose Radzen over Fluent UI? No reason. Just one that I like. JSON value could not be converted. What? Storyteller? Give me a second. Yeah, that crashed. It's not going to run. Let's do Data Studio. I'm going to need to update a value by hand here. Where's voice mod? That's a big screen. What the heck are you doing? No. And is it going to get there? Is it going to get there? No. Didn't activate it. I think there might be a problem with my... Yeah, with my adapter over here. Like, it's not working right at all. That. Test. Like, that's my... Yeah. Test. And test. So if I bring that in over here, let's see. Why is it doing NVIDIA? Did I choose? I chose NVIDIA instead of voice mod. I noticed there was an audio configure. Test. Yeah, I'm not getting anything off my microphone now. Huh. Is this finally failing me? Test. 2. Test. Am I getting... Yeah. Wow, there's a lot of feedback on that. Really? Like, NVIDIA just went nuts on me. Test. No, nothing off this microphone at all. Sorry, I'm going to bag on this. I'm going to have to investigate. It feels like I've got I've got bad cable or something here that isn't working. We'll have to do voice mods later. My apologies. I'll return the points for the voice mod. Oh, you want light mode and papyrus. Let me recover here. Yeah, big time disturbance. I don't get it. Why you can't select .NET 8 on Visual Studio? You have installed this? Which version of Visual Studio are you using? Which version are you using? Because it should show up in Visual Studio 2022. I don't think it will show up in older versions of Visual Studio. But if you have Visual Studio, you have a subscription, you should be able to get the latest version. Alright. And I needed to edit the data for this. Here. Database, Postgres, public. PG Toast. I don't know what that is. Where is it? System configuration. Modal configuration. Where ID equals modal configuration. There it is. Yeah, see, those are coming out as color types. Right? Look at that. That is a color. So that's telling me it wouldn't deserialize back into a color. You have 22? So what type of project are you trying to create that you can't select .NET 8? I need to get full syntax, full context of what's going on your system here. I'm just going to nuke this value. Try that again. Okay. Back over to here. Okay, that loaded, and these had no value to start with, so I'm okay with that. And if I put a carriage return in here, gone. As soon as it sees a carriage return, it's gone. All right. Now I will go over and you wanted papyrus and light mode. Which way am I going here? Go. So, theme. What? Light. Font. So bright. Right, Blazor server is different. Yeah, they're two different project types. Because the Blazor has changed here. Oh dear lord. Zoom in on that, John. 15 minutes on that. But yeah, Papyrus isn't listed here. So, all right. All right, so let's make sure background color and font color works. So font color, let's make gray. Background color, I'll make this purple. Save changes. Restart, so it reloads it from disk instead of sitting in memory. Now when I close Data Studio. And local container. System configuration. There we go. Loads them properly. Cool. Next, the carriage returns. So as soon as I press enter there, it disappears. It doesn't know what to do with it. So let's click back into this thing. And where it generated its styles, right there. It did properly escape but it did not like the break in there. So that's being brought over to... Oh my gosh, how am I supposed to read this? Junie! Right there. What happens if I just change that to just straight CSS rules? It's right there. No, it still doesn't like the break in it. Ugh. You look at that. Seriously, look at what you made me do. It's all your fault, chat. See, it didn't put the break in there. There it is. Okay. If I... What happens if I yoink that? Yeah, see, it doesn't like something in there. Okay. Let's... Where did... Really? MDM says you can insert line breaks in CSS strings with \A, and you might have to set the whitespace property. Really? What do I set with the whitespace? Don't I have gunners that turn into sunglasses? I do. They're downstairs. Yeah, the font is brutal. Brutal. So, okay, if I change that to \A, do you have a link to that? Double \A? Really? Just... And then what's the white space on that? Evil Gorilla with a link for us. Not sure. Still rebuilding. What happened there that we lost it? There it is, the before. That's white space break spaces. You're not going to let me just cursor through this, are you? No. So that's not it. That's it. What is it? Break spaces like that? No, not that one. That one. Ah, there we go. Save those changes. Let's get rid of that test code. Restart and let's see if it still says it's tags app like that. Thank you so much, Evil Gordita. Yeah, let's see. Right, and then we want to make sure it's still right. So yeah, that works. And if I put a, there we go, nice. And if I go back over to the waterfall, spinning, and it's tags app. Cool. Junie did not do well. No. No, it doesn't break on ever. And that was exactly what I was thinking, Wizand. If I go back and replace this with a space, we're good like that. So now there's going to be questions about, well, what font should I have and this, that. No. And maybe some alignment. How can I give you a font chooser? Because this is fun. I like doing this bit. What's the error we got there? Nah, that's fine. I do need to do being able to upload an image. That's going to be its own set of chaos. Because I'll probably like base 64 encode it and just throw it in the database. You can't do UI UX. You're not talented that way. You're just all thumbs. I like this. I like this last message that you have up here. Where'd it go? I like that one. Oh, it didn't animate. Now that... and I'm still on this! Some of the servers growing horns and a tail and farting brimstone all game. You need a data input form. Yep, lost. You need more coffee for light mode. Don't blame me. Blame the one-armed man. No. Blame Junie.
You're about to get a serious beatdown.
Yeah. You know Junie. She's the one who did it. You know? You know?
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I did. It's not my fault. Yeah. So, I still want to be able to upload an image. I owe you coffee? I don't know about that. What else? What else do we want to do? It is almost 3 o'clock. I have been streaming for almost 7 hours. we've done a huge amount here. Yeah, yeah. If I hadn't offered the option, you wouldn't have done it. Yeah. Okay. See that? No, it's not over there. I gotta figure out what the deal is. Why that? Can we? So okay, hang on. We did the image background color select. We did the background color. No, back of card text. We did preview. Let's also put on there color of text, because we did that also, right? And this configuration, right? This is one of those things that kind of sets apart an event or a stream, because you have something that's branded with your stuff. And the next piece is about being able to upload an image, I think, are what are really going to make this phenomenal. I do think we should be able to choose a font there, though. Right? If I want to be able to... no, I want a font picker. Like, no. Like, I may have to write my own font picker component. A Google URL's font input? Maybe. Basic HTML class because they wanted you to pick out color schemes and fonts. Oh boy. I can feel that, yeah. This is where I want to get, sure, is being able to emit a font face. But I want an HTML font picker. Like, drag your favorite fonts here and put them in order of priority. Now what? And then there's how... Okay. That's fancy. That's too fancy. It'd be nice if the fonts in the box were in their font. You know? Hey, Reese. We're done with the... Yeah. What the heck is tween light and timeline light? Bouncing in and out? So we are building a customizer, little configuration deal here for the messages that appear on the back of the cards when they arrive. So we can even make that, right? Let's make that a little darker. Make the front, let's make that like a light yellow. And refresh to get the new look. There it is. So I feel like there also could be some coloring updates for this to make that appear whatever color you want. I'm going to commit what I've got at this point, and I'm going to start wrapping it up because I have been live for almost 7 hours. And that's a long time. Started work on color pickers and format. Push that out. I need lunch. You know what I'm saying? I need to take it easy here. What the heck just happened? There we go. Would that not affect accessibility settings for users? Yes, and how you choose what that looks like is your accessibility that you're setting you yourself. Will the font picker choose fonts from the running machine? Yes. Yep. And, well, from the server that it's running on, the machine that the website is running on, choose and set those and potentially push down fonts to be shown on screen. Let me at least kick off a pull request for that. So at least it starts getting built. That is, yeah, configuration of the back modal window. So, you're very welcome, Wizend. It's been a lot of fun today. I wanted to do a bit of a marathon. We're going to be live tomorrow after my normal stream. So we're still going to do a normal stream tomorrow, and we're still going to build cool new features. After that stream, we're going to raid into the ASP.NET community stand-up with the Microsoft folks. And we're going to be live on the Microsoft channel talking about Tags app. So it was important that we build some of these cool new features to get in here, like this new configuration capability, the ability to configure all the different providers that we want. Those configurations, those features, built, ready to go. We went through and just did a ton today. I really feel good about all that we've completed, all that we got into the mix. We got Blue Sky integration working. We got some other updates into the waterfall user interface so that we've got icons for Blue Sky flowing through flowing.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
It does. We fixed the card so that Blue Sky comes through and the icon looks great everywhere throughout the application. I feel really good about that because it's another provider under our belt that works awesome. Let me set up a raid. Let us go over and catch up with our friend Fierce Kittens, who's building a game, building bingo with .NET Aspire. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. And until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.